Chapter 1165 WWWHIH. A massive milky-colored arc shot forth once again, ripping the ground open as it headed for the river. It cut 200,000 feet across the long river with intensity, causing waves to jump to the sides. The ground floor of the river was instantly revealed as the force from the swing kept sweeping forward till it arrived at the middle of the river. It began losing momentum until it finally came to a stop after reaching the third quarter of the river, blowing only a little part of the water towards the side. "Oh, do you?" The voices from the spectators' corner had reduced as some of them witnessed this. "What? G-chararhh." The Klaxosape voiced in dissatisfaction. "Try again, Gunfer." The captain of the Klaxosape, who happened to be the largest, stated far behind where they were cooped up. Gunfer looked back and could see that his opponent from the Ozus side just finished splitting the fourth river and was now moving to the fifth. "Tyish, I still have 2 more tries," he hissed before raising the axe once more. KRRRYCCHHHH. More pointy rocks appeared on his arms as it became even larger than before. "Yaha!" Gunfer roared once more as he swung the axe downwards with intensity. WWWHIH. This time an even more powerful blast rang out as the force from the swing sliced through the air and arrived before the river instantly. It split more than half of the river in the next moment as waves rose into the air on the left and right sides simultaneously, breaking past the third quarter of the river. The arc created from the force began to lose momentum. The instant it broke through the start of the fourth quarter, the arc lost momentum completely and whittled out. Gunfer had a look of seriousness as he realized that this still was unable to split the entirety of the seventh river. GHHHRRHH. He growled in disappointment as he looked back and noticed that the Ozus had arrived at the sixth river. Once the Ozus opponent managed to split the sixth, both of them would have the same progress. His speed at the start would have been for nothing. "I didn't want to use this initially, but there is no other option. I must get to the 8th river," he said internally. Gunfer is going to use core transformation. It doesn't look like he has any other choice. His teammates watching from behind could already tell what was about to happen. So long as he progresses and wins, it doesn't matter even though he will be weaker for the next 3 days, the captain also spoke. Up ahead, Gunfer clenched his fist as he roared once more while his body began to rapidly enlarge. KRRYCHHH. Glee-er. Rock-cracking sounds rang out for a couple of seconds as his initial 15 feet tall frame increased almost 3 times in size. Dash! Now the Ozus have no chance of winning. This was the thought process of most spectators who had their eyes fixed on the screen that displayed Planet Klaxosape and Ozius. WWWHIHH. Gunfer once more swung his axe forward, which now seemed a bit smaller for him due to his large size. The force generated from this swing was almost 100 more than before. Cracks and dust spread across the vicinity from a standing point as the arc created shot forward. The whole river was instantly split into 2 halves before the arc ran out of momentum. Cheers! 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 At this same instant, the Ozus had arrived before his own 7th river. He pulled the string to his bow backward as the same brown arrow made from light rays appeared once more. Tuck! Gunfer scoffed as he waited to watch the Ozus lose, but was soon left with a look of dismay. Fwyish! The instant the Ozus released his string, the arrow powerfully shot forward, clearing everything in its path. As it glided over the surface of the river, waves blasted sideways, leaving clear path in the middle. The ground floor of the river was spotted in the middle as its entirety was split instantly. Gasp, cheers, cheers, cheers. The sounds of shocks and cheers reverberated across the vicinity as both the spectators and Gunfer was left with looks of disbelief. "Pialfel for no one. I can't lose," he yelled as he arrived before the 8th river with a look of confidence. He WSS still in his massive form as he swung his axe forward with all of his might once more. Minutes later, please visit Pialfelfa-1. I lost. Gunfer stood in place with a look of confoundment as his body decreased in size. Bam! He fell to his knees with a look of defeat as he stared at the river before him, which was in an unaffected state even after he had swung his axe with all of his might. On his opponent's side, a completely split river could be seen up ahead. The Ozus slowly lowered his bow as the screens displayed the current score. Planet Klaxosape 0 to 1 Planet Ozius. The Ozus had won the first bout since Gunfer had made use of his last turn, which meant failure if he was unable to split the river. Everyone had been mostly shocked, because upon their arrival at the 8 River, the Ozus bow increased in size, and when he pulled the string, 3 massive arrows had appeared instead of 1. It turned out he had been saving his power for this moment, as expected of Planet Ozius Captain. Everyone came to the realization that Ozius Captain Rundaf used a high amount of power at this stage. The 8 River was like trying to hit a solidly refined ground. Due to the gravitational force, it was very sturdy. After the 2 opponents finished their bout, both sides sent out their next representatives. Another one of the Klaxosapes moved out, as well as an Ozus, as a new bout began. Just because the first one won doesn't mean it will always be like that. They still need to win 10 more times before they can eradicate the opposition. Understated from the platform. Sure. Gustav smiled while responding as they kept watching. Hours later, what? How? Unda stood in place with a look of shock as the results for the first batch displayed on the screens. Planet Klaxosape 3 to 11 Planet Ozius. Planet Ozius wins. Planet Draconitz wins. Planet Foing 7 to 11 Planet Tribetez. Planet Tribetez wins. Planet Diov 11 to 0 Planet Thoxelos. Planet Diov wins. Planet Osiris 11 to 5 Planet Astrian. Planet Osiris wins. The list continued with different screens showing the outcome of the first batch for the river splitting challenge. It turned out Planet Ozius, who looked weaker in comparison to Planet Klaxosape, had won, just as Gustav predicted. Unda looked completely shattered as he stared at Gustav's devilish grin along with his condescending gaze. Shit, this idiot is done for. Their captain cursed upon seeing the outcome of the bet. The entire arena was still loud with cheers and moans of disappointment in different corners, unaware of the wager that had just gone down. The first batch of planets participants were getting off the arena at this point as the computerized system began pairing the next set of planets. We're up, Gus! Ealdris voiced from the side as Earth appeared on one of the screens above. You'll be getting that sway after we're done. Make sure you don't run, Gustav announced with a strong tone. Unda slumped onto the ground upon hearing that, as the rest of his teammates also had looks of horror on their faces. It turned out that only the Klaxosape's captain and 2 others had managed to win their opponents in the river-splitting challenge. The Ozus were just too powerful despite how weak-looking they were. Gustav and the others moved towards the platform that brought them to the very end of the arena where the river-splitting challenge would begin. He stared at the rivers up ahead with a contemplative expression. So far, no one had managed to successfully split the 9th river completely. The only person who came close to completing this feat was the Klaxosape's captain, whose team still lost eventually. Only a few managed to cut a little into the 9th river, which included participants from planets Gustav had dubbed dangerous. Looks like it's our turn next. SS, am I supposed to battle whatever that I is, or what? Gustav questioned while raising his eyebrows. No, that is nothing compared to what is coming, the system replied with a cryptic tone. Gustav, the only hint I can give you is what had just happened today is one of the 5 premonitions, the system added. 5 premonitions? Does that mean 4 more similar events will take place in the future? Gustav questioned. Chapter 1166. It's a shield. 1166. It's a shield. Let's do this. E smiled as he arrived before the first river. On the side of planet Gundabalt the opposition, who looked similar to a human, but around 3 feet tall in height, stood in place, with glowing red root-like hair. This was how all of the Gundabalts looked. Erden, don't disappointment us. Defeat that earthing, their captain voiced from behind with a high-pitched tone. You got it, Captain, Erden replied with a determined expression. In the next instant, the Anusa relic appeared in front of them, and he wasted no time in reaching out to grab his. Zitzian, a bright glow encapsulated his figure, and a few seconds later, a glowing violet-colored shield materialized in his grasp. Whoa, my soul identifies as a shield? That's crazy, he yelled in excitement as he turned around while holding up the glowing shield. Gus, see this. It's a shield, haha, it's a shield. He waved it in the air, causing the others behind to facepalm. What is he doing? Matilda chuckled while voicing out. Isn't he a little too excited for getting a shield? It's a difficult weapon to use in this situation, Teamy stated. He will always be Falco shrugged. Just as mentioned, the weapon isn't what matters, the wielder is, Eldris reminded. The Gundabalt has a better weapon, Rhea said while pointing at the other side. A large weapon for such a small creature, Teamy pointed out. It definitely looks powerful, Falco said with an amused expression. The Gundabalts are in no way weak, but he isn't losing, Gustav stated confidently. Everyone looked forward in response to that as the bout began. Erden, the Gundabalt, who was holding onto what looked like a 9 feet long glowing lance, began to float as a dreadful energy surrounded her. Reaching a particular height in the air, she raised the weapon with both her hands. A red glow spread from her being to the tip of the lance like weapon. Kaeawea. Her high-pitched voice spread across the vicinity, causing everyone to cover their ears in dissatisfaction. In the next instant, she swung down forcefully, causing a sharp wave of energy to shoot downwards from the weapon. Thwiwiwi boom. It sounded like an explosion went off as it slammed into the river and caused the entirety of the water inside it to blast in every direction. The wave of energy traveled forward to the next river and pushed out the entire water body as well before dissipating. Foom! The spectators from Earth who had just witnessed this was in awe as they watched the rivers rain from above like a storm. The Gundabalt did not just split the rivers, she emptied them. That's an overkill, Fildhor voiced with wide eyes. I agree, Finks responded. Uei, Teamy created a reddish spherical barrier that covered the whole group as the river poured from the sky like rain. Oh, you damn, she's good. She's really good, E praised as he watched her moving to the third river location. HNPH. Erden noticed E staring in her direction as she flew away and scoffed. Oh, it's my turn now. E closed his eyes as he raised his shield. The instant he opened them back, his irises emitted a violet glow. Zen, 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 zen. The spectators were awe-stricken as violet-colored vortexes began to open all around E. In just a few seconds, over hundreds of them had opened up, and unlike the usual vortexes he would conjure, these had suction force. Winds had been stirred up as the air cracked from the multiple appearance of vortexes. E tuned to Biss left where a vortex 20 feet away had been conjured. Here, he voiced as he flung it towards the vortex. Fwayao, it flew forward with intensity and soon disappeared into the vortex. At this point, E just moved back and let the course run itself. Fwayai, the shield soon reappeared from another vortex, over 300 feet away in the east sky. It soon got sucked into another vortex, not too far away, and reappeared from another one. Fwayai, 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 fwayai. The audience could barely follow it anymore as it cut through the air with intense speeds, spinning 10:36 uncontrollably and leaving after images in its wake. The shield continuously kept getting sucked into vortexes and reappearing from different ones hundred or thousands of feet away. Each time the speed would increase, and in a couple of seconds it had become so fast it was now a blur. The momentum kept building up, gathering waves of energy around it that caused the air to tremble. The audience could barely follow it anymore as it cut through the air with intense speeds, spinning uncontrollably and leaving after images in its wake. This should be enough, E muttered as he turned around and snapped his fingers. 50 feet south of the first river, a vortex appeared. The shield, which had just disappeared into another vortex, suddenly reappeared from the one south of the river. Thryrii! It sounded like the air was getting ripped apart as it traveled forward with intensity, crossing more than 500,000 feet in an instant. The reaction from the surroundings was not fast enough to keep up as the shield rolled over the surface of the first, second, and third river, as well as the land in between their midst in a second. Immediately afterwards, the rivers blasted sideways as the bottom was quickly revealed and the land underneath cracked open. Boom! CRYRRKKKHHH. The jaws of half of the spectators who happened to be hooked on the Earth's current performance had dropped to the ground after witnessing this. Silence reigned for a few seconds before the sound of cheers reverberated across the arena. The shield had completely split not only the first to fifth rivers, but also totaled the surroundings as well. A caved-in massive split surrounded by cracks could be spotted where the rivers were initially located. It looked so deep from the spectators' corner that they wondered just how much force the shield carried when it was released. Zuzin stepped into a vortex and appeared right in front of the sixth river, going ahead of the Gundabalt, who was still on the fourth. How did he do that? Erden had a shocked look upon seeing the surroundings. Even the river in front of her had sand spilled into it from the residue energy of the shield. Zund Plum, the sure-lead, reappeared in ES hand as he prepared to perform the same action for the sixth river. That worked better than I expected, he mused as he began opening vortexes again. Minutes later, Planet Earth 1 to 0 Planet Gundabalt, the spectators' area was currently going bunkers after witnessing EE's splendid performance. Erden moved back to her teammates with a completely defeated look as one of the screens displayed the replay of how E had managed to split the ninth river. E was the first participant to split the ninth river. Although he didn't split it completely, the quarter he split was counted since no one even managed to successfully split it even a little bit. Erden hadn't managed to even successfully split the 8th river, talk more of reaching the 9th. Her stopping point had been the 7th. Don't be disheartened, Erden. Not even I could have managed to win against him, their captain voiced. Captain Shumi Wee! Erden began crying glowing tears as she fell into her captain's embrace. It's okay. Their captain, who was also a female with a broader body, patted Erden back repeatedly. That must have been their strongest teammate. They definitely won't be able to repeat that. Captain Shumi's face turned determined while the other teammates had fired up looks. On Earthside. Good job, E! Nice one. I knew you could do it, man. Don't lie. You didn't, haha. Everyone either gave E a high five or a fist bump. When E arrived in front of Alevra, she raised a fist while he raised a high five, which caused a little awkwardness. Huh. They both chuckled as Alevra blushed a little. Good job, she said to him. It was nothing. I'm sure you will do better, he replied. You have too much faith in me, she voiced once more. Pa. Before E could reply, Gustav tapped him from behind. Oh, were you too? Gustav realized he just interrupted something. Oh, no, nothing like that. I didn't say nothing, though. Gustav raised his arms with a clueless look. UMF. E. He chuckled as he grabbed Gustav's head playfully. After a minute, it was time to send the next participant. Am I going next? Teamy questioned as he stepped forward. No, you will lose if you go against that person, Gustav stated while staring at the next representative the Gundabalts had chosen. Why? There's no way I would lose to that. Teamy was about to retort when Gustav replied. 2 reasons. Bad matchup, and that's their captain, Gustav replied. Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool. Come. Chapter 1167. 2 reasons, bad matchup, and that's their captain, Gustav replied. Oh, Teamy voiced. Will you be going then? Nah, I have a better matchup. Elevra, you're up, Gustav announced. Elevra's face turned focused as she heard this. How far do I have to go? She wanted to know if it was necessary to go all out. Gustav had told everyone initially that they wouldn't be displaying all of their strength from the start, but eventually they would go all out. Just make sure you get to the 9th river, Gustav instructed. Elevra nodded and began heading forward. The grounds destroyed initially had been fixed, and new rivers were now positioned there. As Elevra arrived before the 1st river, the Anusa relic appeared before her, and she reached out to grab it. A few moments later, she was holding onto a massive spear with a fiery, purplish flame at its tip. Elevra stared at her weapon with a look of satisfaction before pointing it at the river before her. Her entire figure was soon emitting a bright, purplish glow as the ground began to quake. On the other side, Captain Shumi held onto what looked like a massive cannon. It was 4 times her size, yet she held it above her like it was nothing while pouring energy into it. A couple of moments later, they both took action. Boom! A shot was released from the cannon, which flew into the river ahead and exploded with intensity. Meanwhile, Elevra, who had levitated to almost 100 feet height, flung the spear in her grasp downwards. Fwai, a purplish streak cut through the air as it bore through the river instantly, emitting a shockwave that caused the entire river to be emptied. Both opponents went through the 1st to 6th river, performing the same actions and clearing it out. Her strength should be reaching its limits after this river, Captain Shumi thought as she gave it her all and cleared the 7th river as well. The purplish aura surrounding Elevra climbed as she flung down her spear from the air once more. Bang! The entire river was emptied once again effortlessly as cracks spread across the floor of the river. TCH, there is no way she's as calm as she looks. Captain Shumi peeked at Elevra from her end below. They were currently at the 8th river now, which was the limit for a lot of participants. If I manage to clear this, it should be the end for her, she whispered while pouring energy into her cannon. Weird popping sounds rang out as the projectile within the cannon kept growing in energy until she finally fired it. Thus, it cut through the surface of the gigantic river, which was well over 1,000,000 feet in length, before falling into it. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as huge amount of waves rose into the air, displaying the bottom of the river as the blast kept spreading. Unfortunately, it wasn't powerful enough to split more than a quarter of the river before dying out. The gravitational force is so strong that it causing the power of any blast to be reduced to 1/3 of its output. She had a grudging look as she came to this realization. I just need to amp it up then, she said with determination while infusing a large amount of energy into her cannon once more. Up above, Elevra was also gathering energy as the purplish aura surrounding her continued to climb. Her head tie was still wrapped around her forehead, and there didn't seem to be a need for her to reveal it. The sky had begun to change color in her position due to the purplish aura she emitted, but she knew it still wasn't enough. On the ground, Captain Shumi finally fired her cannon once more. A rocking explosion rang out, clearing 3/4 of the river in front of her, but it still wasn't enough to clear all. At this point, she stared at the river before her with a look of disbelief, since she was aware of how much power she had just used. That other earthling must be immensely powerful, she recalled. However, she wasn't ready to give up as she began charging her cannon again for the 3rd and final try. At this same instant, Elevra held up her spear and arched her arm back to the limit with a serious expression. Fwaiwiei, please visit Pialfelfa-1. Ko. Emshi flung her spear downwards with intensity, causing shockwaves to spread from her location even before the spear hit the water. The sky cleared out and the river's surface blasted open, while the spear was still 100 feet away from making contact with its surface. Boom! In a split second, the spear had made contact with the bottom of the river, and a powerful force spread forth from it, pushing the water body out of its 1,000,000 feet whole radius. Cheers, 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 cheers were heard from the spectators' area as she cleared it in one attack once more. Captain Shumi instantly lost morale as she witnessed this and released her shot impromptu. As expected, it didn't manage to clear the 8 river, leaving Elevra the winner. Planet Earth 2-0, Planet Gundabald. The spectators' areas focusing on Earth and Gundabald's face-off erupted in cheers and groans of satisfaction as well as disappointment. They both headed back to their respective groups. Elevra and the Oths jubilated after their second win, while a cloud of gloom was casted on the Gundabald's area. Roal Fidel Fanu. Captain Shumi is right. WS can still win. Some of them agreed as they tried not to lose hope. Gustav proceeded to send Teamy next as he wanted, and there was no disappointment. Teamy cleared 7 rivers, while his opponent did not manage to successfully clear the 7th. The Earth had been hailed to have one of the most powerful species in the universe, but they hadn't expected to lose 3 bouts in a row without winning a single one. It was humiliating. Captain Shumi wasn't happy with the current turn of events, but she made sure to keep to her strategy and kept sending out the weaker teammates from her side first. Time went by very quickly, and before Avewa knew it, both planets had completed 7 bouts. So far, Eldris, Glade, Vin, and Yonda had participated, and none of them lost. Planet Earth 7-0, Planet Gundabald. At Planet Gundabald's side, Captain Shumi turned to one of her teammates, who happened to be the smallest in their midst. He was about 2 feet tall, with a glowing green root like hair that floated up. "Tyvin, it's time for us to make a comeback. Head out there and do the needful," she said to him. He didn't say a single word in response, and just began to head forward. "This will be a tough one." "Endrick, you're up," Gustav voiced. Endrick, who had been silent all this time behind, finally walked forward. "I see what you're talking about. He's strong," Endrick stated as he arrived before Gustav. "Yes, the type of weapon you two get actually matters," Gustav voiced. "Have faith in me, big brother. I will take care of this," Endrick reassured before he began stepping forward with a solemn expression. "He has become quite reliable," Eldris voiced from the side. Gustav remained silent, but deep down he admitted to what Eldris had just said. Endrick soon arrived before the river, and the Anusa relic appeared before him. "What type of weapon do you want?" His forehead beeped with a greenish glow as Husarius' voice rang in his mind. "You can manipulate that?" Endrick questioned internally. "Yes. Just tell me the weapon you are interested in," Husarius inquired once more. "I just want something that doesn't hinder my telekinetic abilities," Endrick replied while reaching out to grab the relic. Ironing in the next few moments, a 4 feet long katana with bluish glowing blade appeared in his grasp. "This is good. Now I have no worries," Endrick voiced as he raised the katana. Zien, his irises turned sky blue as he gathered telekinetic energy. On the other side, Tyvin held onto what looked like a metallic club. The club began to extend in length as he floated into the air. It became so long, it extended beyond the first river. Whoa, is that even allowed? The spectators began questioning this, but then it wasn't against the rules since it was his abilities manifesting through the weapon. Bang! Swinging the massive metallic club downwards, it instantly split a couple of rivers as it dropped onto them. Meanwhile, Endrick also swung his katana forward at the same instant. "Telekinetic split, universal separation," he muttered as a wave of energy was released from the blade of the katana. Chapter 1168, Telekinetic Split, Universal Separation, he muttered as a wave of energy was released from the blade of the katana. Twiggy-ish, a loud crack rang out as the energy descended upon the waters like a giant blade and cut through everything in its path, causing the waters to separate. The spectators once more watched in awe as Endrick performed a spectacular feat close to that of gas. Spatial blink. Endrick blinked and vanished, only to reappear after 4 rivers in the next instant. He wasted no time in activating another telekinetic attack while swinging down his katana once more. Tyvin, who was still heading towards the 4th river, hadn't even activated his next attack before Endrick reached the 7th river. After another swing of his katana, he blinked and arrived at the next river, which was up to 1,000,000 feet away. Dash, just who is that kid? Dash, he looks like the youngest amongst Earth participants. Dash, the others really need to watch out for him. The first representative and that girl with the head tie. The spectators were once again in awe as Endrick soon arrived at the 9th river. At this point, he finally slowed down and gathered telekinetic energy for a bit. Tyven, despite being slower, had been clearing the rivers effortlessly as well. The spectators had to agree that he was powerful as well. In the next few moments, he cleared the 8th river and arrived at the 9th, catching up to Endrick. Cheers, cheers, cheers. At this point, everyone spectating was on their toes, as Tyven seemed to be the most powerful Gundabalt. Only him had managed to scale past the 8th river so far. The metallic club in his grasp, which had turned into a rod at this point, kept growing in length as he floated upwards like Endrick as well. Endrick was keeping himself afloat with his telekinesis, but it seemed like Tyven had other means of performing the same action. The 9th river right in front of them was over 20,000,000 feet in length and had a thick, concentrated amount of gravitational beam currently firing upon it. It looked 100 times more solid than steel as it reflected its surroundings without a single ripple. As Tyven rod kept extending, it soon reached a length of more than 20,000 feet. At this point, he raised it in the air with both hands as a bright glow encapsulated its entirety. Fwaiwia, he swung it downwards at full force, causing the winds to howl as it descended upon the 9th river. Boom, a loud sound of collision rang out as the rod met with the river. It was like metal clashing with metal as the sound waves caused a lot of discomfort. The river's surface cracked like glass as the rod managed to sink into it, causing it to separate to an extent. Up to 1,000,000 feet of the river was affected by the powerful swing, which would have done well to split any of the rivers before the 9th. However, this didn't do much as not even a quarter of the 9th river. Don't lose faith, he will still win. The Earthling cannot possibly. Before Captain Shami could complete her words, Endrick swung down his katana with intensity. GHHBBBBBLLLL. Their part of the arena began quaking intensely as a sharp telekinetic energy ripped through the air from above. Bang! 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 The barrier covering the arena was pierced through as Endrick's attack descended. The has ha! Minutes later, Planet Earth 8-0 Planet Gundabalt. That was a close one, Eldris said while watching the replay. They both got a chunk of the 9th river. Damn powerful, they praised after noticing just how far the two went. Endrick had managed to cut through half of the 9th river, but Tyven failed to get past a quarter. Endrick had gone further than ES performance at the start. This made the spectators reevaluate as they wondered who was the most powerful on Earth's team. Who is going next? Abestos questioned. At the Earth spectators' corner, Grand Commander Cheyenne and Miss Amy were seated right next to each other. How sturdy do you think the 10th river is due to the gravitational beams on it? Grand Commander Cheyenne questioned. As sturdy as the entire Earth, from its surface to beyond its core. Managing to split the 10th river would mean a participant is capable of splitting the entire Earth into 2 halves, Miss Amy replied. Do you think any of the participants here are capable of that? Grand Commander Cheyenne questioned. Please visit Pialfalfa-1. I guess we will find out, she replied with a calm tone. Gustav, you're going ahead now. Teamy questioned. Yeah, Gustav replied. I thought you would be leaving this to us, Matilda voiced. I kinda did. I wouldn't be participating if Rhea hadn't failed, Gustav responded once more. Everyone turned to stare at Rhea upon hearing that. It's not his fault his opponent was too overwhelming, Gustav voiced before anyone could say anything. Rhea had his head hung low in shame as he realized he was the first to get defeated. Look, they just held their most powerful participants till the final bouts to make a comeback. The weapon Rhea got didn't help matters either. I have to be the 12th matchup. so we can have our 11th win and finally move on to the next stage, Gustav disclosed. All right then, we have no doubt you'll win. Ealdris patted Gustav on his shoulder. Although I would have loved for you to take them by surprise when you show your strength in the next category, Falco stated. Gustav began walking forward at this point, while the Gundabalt representative was already standing in front of the first river. That's their captain. On the Gundabalt side, they noticed the dirty blonde-haired human walking forward. So he finally decided to take on the mantle, Captain Shumi voiced with a slightly wary tone. It should be fine since Navira Powers is resistant to the force of gravity. She should do better than every other participant so far. After we win this, I doubt Earth has any more powerful representative to send out like the previous ones. It will be our win from henceforth, the co-captain Tanaki voiced. Her words made everyone feel encouraged as they focused on what was about to happen. I really thought you weren't going to participate, the system voiced in Gustav's mind as he arrived before the river. I didn't want to. I still wanted to play the role of the observer till the time for a physical battle arrives. Oh well, I guess things can't always go my way, Gustav replied. You could have used Angie, the system reminded. She has to be in peak condition for the Varlin chase, Gustav replied before stretching forth his hand. I know the weapon that thing will be transforming into when you touch it, the system voiced. Doesn't matter what it is. I'm about to find out myself. Gustav grabbed the Anusa relic and a bright glow encapsulated his figure. Host has made contact with Alien Tool. Alien Tool energy is trying to infiltrate Host. Energy blocked. What the hell are you doing? Gustav nearly cursed as he spotted the notifications. Did you think I would just let it run its course and scan your soul? It will unleash a disastrous weapon here which might reveal your identity. I'm not risking it, the system rappled. You little bitch! Gustav didn't hold it in anymore and let the words slip out. That's your mama middle name, Gustav. Well, she's not wrong. Chatter! 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 Dash, what is going on? Dash, why is his Anusa relic taking so long to form a shape? Dash, is he okay? The spectators could see that Gustav was still covered by the glow, while his opponent had already crossed a couple of rivers. Handler 13, I want you to go down there and check what is happening. Handler 1, who happened to be located on the far east area, commanded. Yes, Handler 1. Just as the handler was about to move, the glow surrounding Gustav finally died down. Hold on, it's fine now. Handler 1 had a look of suspicion, but still stopped Handler 13. As the glow died down, Gustav could see a glowing crimson, bladed longsword in his grasp. It emitted so much energy. The air pulsated in reaction to it. It was around 10 feet long and 1 foot wide with runic patterns on the blade. This was your idea of a weaker weapon. Gustav could tell that this weapon would cause catastrophe on a normal day. It was the weakest I could force it to form. It already came into contact with you after all. The system girly voice sounded a bit tired. TCH. Gustav raised the sword as he poured energy into it, causing the glow to increase. From behind the others, watching, had looks of anticipation upon seeing Gustav's weapon. His opponent had already gone past the 6th river, and they didn't want him to waste any more time as well. Combination has been activated. Slash has been activated. Atomic disintegration has been activated. Chapter 1169. Combination has been activated. Slash has been activated. Atomic disintegration has been activated. Strength boost has been activated. 2 times force has been activated. Partial bull transformation plus bloodwolf transformation plus draconic transformation plus. Adding the mini black hole would be an overkill. I should just leave things this way, Gustav thought as his arms bulged with intensity, showing his muscular outlines through his suit. On his hands, silvery scales appeared as his entire figure oozed unprecedented energy. The whole weapon was covered in a milky glow as he raised it higher. Gustav's face turned serious as the grounds trembled, as the rivers bubbled before he swung downwards with force. Twiheish, a massive crescent-shaped crimson arc, blasted forward from the sword as the weapon descended in a vertical format. The ground from his position to 7 rivers ahead was split open in an instant as the destructive crescent-shaped arc traveled millions of feet. Chatter, chatter, chatter. Voices of disbelief and astonishment reverberated across the whole arena as the grounds beneath the rivers split as well. Hover has been activated. Gustav's figure floated above the ground as everywhere around him caved in. Oh, sheet! E, and the others also jumped backwards as the grounds kept sinking. Zin, he quickly opened a vortex, and everyone jumped in. They reappeared 10,000 feet behind their initial position and looked forward to see that the grounds had sunk in. That might have been too much, Angie muttered as they looked upwards at the screen which displayed Gustav. The footage showing Gustav zoomed out to display the destruction around, and everyone's jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Did he just clear 8 rivers in one go? On the Gundabalt side, they also had shocked looks as they stared at the screens. It was not news that the further an attack traveled, the weaker it got, so the chances of clearing further rivers in one strike was lower. What they had just witnessed proved how powerful the strike was. This is your definition of weak. Gustav asked the system while slightly raising the sword. Yes, you have no idea how lucky we are, the system replied internally. Gustav. Navira, who had already gone far ahead of Gustav, was stupefied as she noticed he had cleared past the 8 river in one go. I won't lose, she assured herself as she headed for the 8 river. On another part of the arena, where a battle between 2 powerful planets was ongoing, they were currently at the last bout that would decide the winner between them. Unfortunately, despite the fact that both teams sent out their most powerful representative for the final bout, one happened to be much stronger than the other. Captain Irond is going to use it now. On the left side, one of the teammates who had a dark cloth wrapped around his figure from head to toe voiced out. The Lorks have lost then, another one who looked similar, but with a more scrawny build stated. Up ahead, both planets' representatives were currently at their 9th river, about to attack. On the left, one stood in place with dark eyes and cloth covering the rest of his head. He had a shadowy cloak strapped to his neck, which kept swimming in the wind as energy surrounded the staff in his grasp. On the other side, a reddish figure with only eyes and black streaks across his body held onto a double-edged sword as he also prepared to unleash a mighty attack. The 9th river couldn't even be called a river anymore. It was practically a small ocean. After a couple of moments, the reddish figure had built up a massive amount of energy and swung his double-edged blade sideways. Winds howled as it carried a massive pressure that sliced towards the 10th river. Clank! It met with resistance as the entire river quaked like a solid object, but it suddenly built in strength and sliced through the 9th river. Thrire! Cheers! 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 The loud sound of cheers rang out as this person happened to be the first participant to cut through the 9th river. The crowd was going bonkers at the moment. Meanwhile, the dark figure on the other side kept increasing in presence as he arched his arm backwards with his staff before thrusting forward with intensity. Boom! A destructive force bursted forth from his staff, slamming into the 9th river ahead and piercing through it instantly. Please visit Pialfalfa-1. Co. Amthriria. After traveling for millions of feet, the spectators' mouths were once again left open as another participant managed to split the 9th river yet again. The participants from Indulus Prime and Zillion might be the most powerful. Hey, you can't just judge like that. Some didn't get to use their full strength because their opponents were not strong enough. Look. Look. Someone else just split the 9th river too. Earth's Captain Crimson. Look, the Gundabalt is about to try too. Gustav, who had just finished splitting the 9th river without much stress, waited to see if his opponent would be able to do the same. I'll have to unveil more of my strength if she manages to split it, Gustav muttered as he rested the tip of his sword on the ground. Resistance, build, Navira voiced from her side as she raised her spear before throwing it forward with intensity. FYI, her first try split half of the ninth river, causing Gustav to relax as he felt he wouldn't need to do more. She tried again and only managed to split a little over half this time. Navira began building up energy as she prepared to strike again. Meanwhile, on planet Indulus Prime and planet Zillion's side, both opponents prepared to strike the 10th river, which was practically like a sea. Almost the entire spectators' area watched as they conjured strikes, using their weapons, and attacked at the same time. Boom! Boom! Both attacks hit the surface of the 10th river, but unfortunately, didn't manage to split it even in the slightest. They both had determined looks as they built up energy, once more to at least leave an effect on the 10th river. Their second strikes bore the same results, as they didn't manage to split it even in the slightest. The heaviness of the gravitational beams descending upon the 10th river was just too much. Captain Irond has no choice but to use it now. Indulus Prime participants watched in anticipation while the dark, cloaked participant lowered his staff. On Zillion's side, Phyrus will use that attack now. If he manages to cause even the smallest effect on the 10th river, he wins, Zillion Captain stated. Both opponents up ahead began undergoing transformation. Phyrus, who was the reddish figure, went from being bulky to slim as his entire figure glowed with a reddish energy. Wee Hyaen, it blasted forth from his figure, spreading across the vicinity. The spectators felt the intensity despite being shielded by the barrier covering the arena. Phyrus' blade turned illusionary as afterimages appeared from his figure while he swung the blade forward. It sounded like space was being ripped apart as destructive energy blasted forth from the blade towards the river ahead. At this same moment, Captain Irond on the other side opened his eyes. Thum, a wave of darkness, suddenly burst forth from his being, causing the skies within the entire arena to darken. The spectators looked up with expressions of wariness as the darkness from his figure disoriented the entire place, including other participants far from his location. Strengthen the barrier. Handler, one commander, as he witnessed this. The handlers around him quickly sprang to action. We didn't expect this year participants to be this powerful, he thought in awe as he watched. Captain Irond pushed his staff forward at this point, sending an indomitable force towards the river. Boom! The Zillions who had been celebrating earlier had looks of shock as the strike split up to half of the river. Their representative had only managed to split a quarter after his third try. The entire arena and even the spectators' area quaked repeatedly as the residual energy from the strike swept across the place. Luckily, the barrier had been reinforced, so everyone was safe from the residual energy. Cheers! 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 The crowd was going bonkers once again as Gustav stared upwards with a slight look of suspicion. The skies were already clearing. He stared back at his teammate's position, at a particular person. Too familiar, he muttered before turning back around. Oh, she managed to clear the 9th river, Gustav muttered. At this point, everyone was focused on planet Indulus Prime and Zillion, so only a few were paying attention to Guziev, who was ready to strike the 10th river. I guess I don't have any choice but to use more strength, Gustav muttered as he threw a glance at his opponent before stretching his sword forward. Combination has been activated. Gustav began transforming as he took on the full form of combining different mixed breeds this time. Chapter 1170 Gustav began transforming as he took on the full form of combining the mixed breeds this time. His height reached 10 feet as a horn appeared in the middle of his head and a tail grew out his rear. A silvery-colored energy encapsulated his figure, preventing an outburst that could cause the vicinity to collapse from his presence alone. Slash has been activated. Atomic disintegration has been activated. Strength boost has been activated. 2 times force has been activated. Gravitational manipulation has been activated. Mini black hole has been activated. Gustav could no longer suppress his energy, as the power from the combination of different attacks began to reflect in the surroundings. Do you in, as he raised his sword, a beam of energy had shot into the air above and pierced through the barrier. GBBBBLLLLBBBB. The entire arena began quaking at this point. However, the quake was not limited to the arena alone. GBBBBLLLBBBB. The entire ninth disc began quaking intensely as a dark, swirling mass had appeared at the tip of Gustav's sword. The black hole was the size of a baby's palm, but at the suction force it emitted was unprecedented. The whooshing winds and intense energy Gustav's figure emitted had caused the other participants around to stare in his direction as the whole place was affected. "This is bad," Handler 1 voiced. "Reinforce the barriers, a guy." He was too late. Gustav's sword swung downwards at this point. Taiyahin, a destructive crescent-shaped arc that grew larger with each passing millisecond, blasted forth from Gustav's sword. It descended like a judgment from the high heavens, ripping to shreds everything in its path before even coming into contact with it. The mini black hole happened to be right ahead of it, swallowing the river in its path as it shot forward with intensity. Before everyone's jaws could drop, the mini black hole had swallowed up to half of the 10th river up, but the destruction didn't end there. The destructive crescent-shaped arc trailing behind it also did well to destroy the dry land behind it, causing the grounds to cave in. "Get the other participants away right now." "Move, move, move," Handler 1 commander, and all the handlers moved out at this point. They began to clear the part of the arena which the destructive force was headed. The participants were swiftly taken away as Gustav's mini black hole finished swallowing the entire 10th river. Boom! The thunderous sound of destruction reverberated across the vicinity as the destructive arc, which had become extremely massive, destroyed even the machines above, responsible for the gravitational beams. Up in space, the Osius space station watched a massive reddish arc slice one of their satellites in two. From their location in space, they could see the arc slam into the 8 disc as well, causing it to quake a little. "What in the world?" one of them in the space station muttered as they stared at the screens that displayed the ongoing ISOP challenge. All that could be seen was dust. The entire arena was currently having visibility issues. After a minute, calm began to return to the arena as the dust in the air slowly cleared. "Is everyone okay?" Miss Amy questioned as she waved her hand, causing the barrier she created around Earth's participants to dissipate. "Dash, we're good." "Dash, who knew Gustav could do that?" Some of Earth's spectators couldn't hide their surprise as they voiced out, "That's my boy." Miss Amy smiled with a look of pride. A wall of yellow-colored energy had surrounded the spectators' areas all around, which prevented them from receiving the brunt of the shock waves at the last minute. The entire arena minus the spectators' area was practically leveled at this point. The participants had been moved away at the last second, except for Gustav, who was in the middle of the whole thing. Roal Fidelfa Nu. Planet Earth 11 to 1 Planet Gundabalt. Chatter! Chatter! Cheers! 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 An uproar erupted within the arena as the announcement went off. Dash, there was someone this powerful amongst the participants. Please visit Pialfelfa-1. Dash, what are these youngsters eating? How did they get to such strength level this fast? Dash, who would win him, or Captain Strum? Dash, Captain Strum can do this too. Dash, who knew the Earth's captain was this strong? All sorts of discussions rang out amongst the spectators after witnessing the spectacular feat of Gustav not only splitting the 10th river, but pretty much annihilating everything in the vicinity as well. This part of the 9th disc was utterly destroyed, but luckily, they were able to take care of the damage. "You are the true definition of an overkill." E laughed as the Earth's participants sat within their waiting room. "I didn't think it was going to be that powerful." Gustav felt the mini black hole would have been enough, but he really overdid it. Black holes practically swallowed even light, so it was expected that the gravitational beams had no way of affecting it, even though it was a smaller version. "Well, at least we won. Rhea voiced with an excited expression. How in the world are you able to create a black hole? Just how many abilities do you have? Matilda and Glade inquired at the same time. Do you guys recall when I mentioned I will no longer hide what I can do? Gustav questioned. Some of them nodded in response. But now the opponents also know of your different abilities. They will try to find a way to counter it in the future challenges. Is that a good thing? Eldris questioned. They only know of the ones I've used, Gustav replied. So there's more? Falco inquired. Besides the ones even you guys have seen, yes, Gustav responded. Man, there's definitely something you ain't telling us, Ee voiced. Gustav turned to stare at Endrick upon hearing that before speaking. You will all find out more in due time. It's very abnormal for mixed blood to have more than one bloodline. Are you saying you have numerous of them? Finks inquired. It's time for the subcategories to begin. Angie, Finks, Abestos, are you ready to go? Gustav asked. Yes, ready. Ready too, I guess. The three of them answered. Falco, Yonda, Fildhor, are you ready for yours as well? Gustav inquired. The other three answered as well. Although the river splitting challenge was still ongoing, it wouldn't affect the sub-challenges since they would be holding on the 8-disc. It was also going to be broadcasted across the planet and galaxies too, even though not a lot of spectators would pay attention to it. Fortunately, Earth took part in the river splitting challenge before the sub-challenges began. Although Gustav would have still let Angie and the others leave to participate in the sub-challenges if they hadn't taken part in the river splitting challenge yet. The others you can return to rest or join us in heading to the 8-disc. Do whatever you want, Gustav said before heading out of the waiting room with the others. There happened to be an elevator, like terminal in the middle of the city where the river splitting challenge was currently holding. Fwai, Gustav and the others used different means to arrive there as he flew while some sprinted. Angie, of course, was the first to arrive at the elevator like terminal, which looked like a pillar that extended into the skies. They attracted the attention of different species in the vicinity as they moved into one of the elevators together. Angie was quite excited since she hadn't gotten to perform any role since the day began. It was finally her turn to showcase her abilities. Thwaish, the elevator streaked upwards with speed, disappearing into the sky in a few moments. The group soon found themselves on the 8-disc, which was also almost 2 times as large as the 9th. The 9th was already larger than the entire Earth's surface, and now they were on an even larger one. The air had turned humid, and it felt like they had arrived on a desert-like environment due to the hotness on the 8-disc. However, just like the 9th, not a single speck of sand could be seen. The grounds were bright copper in color, so it made it look like they were walking on a path of gold. The massive star that illuminated their galaxy looked closer, and the environment was even busier than the 9th disc. They attracted attention to themselves once more as they headed to the locations where the sub-challenges were held. It looked like the buildings and living condition here was even better than on the 9th disc. This made Gustav wonder how it would look when they headed to the higher layers. The Varlin chase will be commencing in the next 5 minutes. A loud announcement rang out within a dampened-looking location. Those are portals, and we have to run in the mud. Chapter 1171. Those are portals, and we have to run in the mud. Abestos muttered with a taken-aback look. Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the rules of the challenge, Finks voiced. It's not difficult, really. The portals in the surroundings links the Varlins to this location. You guys just need to make sure they don't make contact with you till the countdown ends, Gustav explained. When the countdown ends, we successfully qualified for the next stage, right? Angie questioned. Gustav nodded in response. I hope you don't mind. Finks moved closer to Angie and placed her lips on Angie's neck. HNNGHH. An uncontrollable moan escaped her lips as Finks drew blood. In the next second, Fink's body transformed and another Angie appeared in front of Gustav. Dash, that's kinda unnerving, Abestos voiced from the side. We have better chances when there's 2 of her, Angie shrugged. There was no way to tell who was the real Angie. Her entire appearance and presence had been copied. Stop acting like you're me, Angie voiced. Technically, I am, the second Angie who was originally Finks replied. It's time for you guys to get in the circle, Gustav reminded while pointing at the time left before the competition began. Up ahead, a barrier of light had surrounded a massive piece of land, whose circumference was unknown. On this land mountains, plain lands, rocks, gloomy clouds, and even streams could be seen. It was really massive and obvious that the Varlin chase would be taking place there with the visible light barriers that sounded the place. A major observation within the barrier of light, WSS, the extremely muddy grounds. Mud could be seen everywhere except for the streams and mountains. THS blue portals scattered across the place was another observation. The Varlin chase will be commencing in Squinting Eyes Face 5. Squinting Eyes Face 4. It was finally time for the Varlin chase to begin. Angie, Finks, and Abestos had already found their way into the expanse of land within the light barricades. Many other species participating could also be spotted within, ready to begin. Gustav had chosen to be an observer here, despite the fact that another subcategory was currently ongoing. In another location, a cone-shaped rock could be spotted piercing into the clouds. It was quite long and rough-looking. The clouds around it were dark and emitting occasional sparks. It seemed like lightning bolts was a common occurrence around this cone-shaped tall rock. Thraya, a streak of lightning bolt flashed across the east side of the rock and slammed into a green-scaled figure who was climbing. Taika! The creature screamed in pain as the petal-shaped object in his hand got released, while he fell helplessly. Another creature beneath, with a square-shaped head, grabbed hold of the petal with a joyful look and kept climbing. All around the cone-shaped rock, thousands of species could be seen climbing. It seemed like a dangerous endeavor, but they climbed with determined looks. Some were climbing at very fast pace, since they had multiple limbs. Some had activated abilities that caused them to be surrounded by energy that couldn't be breached while they climbed so as to protect themselves. A particular set of species that looked like spiders with multiple heads seemed to be having fun as they sped across the cone-shaped rock and grabbed as many petal-like objects as they could find. Yoi! See, on a part of the cone-shaped rock a trio could be seen climbing together. One had a dark aura oozing from his figure, which had formed another pair of arms on his back. These pair of dark arms were responsible for climbing, while the figure they were attached to used his actual hands to pluck a petal-like object hiding within a small dark, caved-in part of the rock. The instant he pulled two of the petals out, a cloud far above crackled with light, and in the next instant, Thrara! A strong lightning bolt descended upon the figure. Forhorn, the dark energy oozing forth from this figure expanded and covered him entirely. Bang! Small parts of the rocks crumbled and rolled down, but the figure remained unaffected after the lightning strike. The darkness rescinded to an extent, and the figure kept climbing. Lucky bastard, he has that protection. We'll have to be careful when plucking the Triscuits, Yonda stated from underneath as he stabbed his glowing red fingers into the rock before pulling himself upwards. He repeatedly did this, while climbing as his fingers seemed to be so strong. They cleanly stabbed into the rocky surface, which he used in pulling himself up. Well, we have our own means of avoiding the repercussions of taking a Triket too, so don't be too jealous, Fildhor voiced from the side. His entire skin was currently the color of tar, but looking so smooth, one could use Fildhor as a mirror. Crunch, crunch, crunch. As Fildhor climbed, chunks of rocks would be smashed due to his intensive grip. Falco, Yonda, and Fildhor were currently competing in the seismic climb sub-challenge, and so far it had been a crazy venture. The petal-like item everyone was trying to grab as they climbed up was said to give extra points, and it was called a Triket. However, whenever a person took it from whatever spot on the rock, there would be repercussions. Despite the warning, participants still tried to get the Trikets because one could still win points for their planets, which might supersede the points the winner from the seismic climb got. Fildhor spotted another pedal-like item about 20 feet towards his left and began climbing in its direction. Once he arrived before it, he reached out with a hand and grabbed it. However, the instant he did, Graria! This part of the rock began quaking intensely, and a gigantic mouth suddenly phased out of this part of the rock, swallowing Fildhor whole. It was unknown how this monstrosity had been existing there, but its massive jaw began to sink back into the rock after it successfully swallowed Fildhor. Both Falco and Yonda's eyes widened as this occurrence took them by surprise. Fildhor! Yonda yelled with bloodshot eyes as he began to climb in the direction of the massive, monstrous mouth. However, in the next instant, he paused as a loud crash began to ring out from within the rock. Bang! 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 This part of the rock began quaking intensely, causing many protruding parts to pull out and roll down. The loud crashing sounds intensified like a collision was occurring within the rock. Suddenly, the jaws of the creature which had been sinking back into the rock got blasted open. Along with the blast, a wide hole was formed within this part of the rock, and a tar-skinned figure jumped out of it. Thry! Thry! Blood poured down as Fildhor grabbed hold of a part of the rock above Falco after leaping out of the hole. Hey! That creature had more in its belly! Fildhor jubilated as he held a bunch of trinkets in his palm. Bastard! I thought you were dead. Yonda yelled from beneath. Ha! That thing is not nearly enough to cause my death. Fildhor yelled back in response. Since you're fine, let's keep going, Falco stated as the darkness surrounding him created another pair of arms. Who died and put you in charge, creepy bastard? Yonda voiced, but in the next instant, Falco's figure turned blurry. Fwai, I can't hear you. Falco's voice trailed off as the arms made of darkness pulled him upwards with speed, increasing his climbing pace by over 10 times the initial amount. Creepy bastard. It's on. Yonda yelled and began climbing upwards with speed as well to catch up with Falco. Not wanting to be left behind, Fildhor did the same as well. In the other location where the Varlin chase was taking place, ball-sized creatures with string-like tails and cat whiskers sped across the muddy environment. These little animal-like creatures chased the participants across the vicinity at high speeds. They were called Varlins. It was only over an hour since the challenge began, and nearly 1,000 participants had been disqualified already. The Varlins first appeared in twos from the portals all across the place. Although their speed was high, due to their numbers, the participants were able to easily evade them. However, another set appeared from the portal 15 minutes into the competition. When this happened, the speed of the Varlins suddenly doubled. The participants were taken by surprise, and this was how some of them got disqualified. In another 15 minutes, another set appeared from the portals, and their speed tripled. The participants realized at this point that the increase in the number of Varlins in the vicinity also caused their speed to increase. The time interval at which they appeared from the portals was also 15 minutes, which meant the difficulty would increase by a couple of notches every 15 minutes. Shit, these things are everywhere. Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool. Come. Chapter 1172. We didn't even come. First, the time interval at which they appeared from the portals was also 15 minutes, which meant the difficulty would increase by a couple of notches every 15 minutes. Shit, these things are everywhere. Abestos voiced as he sped across a muddy terrain. About 15 Varlins could be seen chasing him from behind. They were moving very swiftly as they glided atop the surface of the muddy terrain. The countdown displayed in the middle of the challenge venue showed how much time was left. 0:54, 07. At this rate, I won't last till the end of the first stage. Abestos complained as he kept running forward while the Varlins behind were starting to catch up. I need to make sure I survive past the next 15 minutes, at the very least. Abestos' eyes gleamed with determination as he made a left turn. Fui I, the Varlins, also swiftly turned as they remained locked onto their target. Some even drifted across the surface of the mud due to their high speed. For the next 5 minutes, Abestos still managed to keep enough distance between himself and the Varlins till he noticed another participant heading in his direction. A horde of over 30 was chasing this participant. Abestos' eyes widened in shock as he tried to make a turn quickly. This is bad. This is bad. Abestos was well aware that contact would lead to his disqualification. Just as he made a right turn in the direction where a mountain could be spotted, the other participant grinned with a nefarious expression. I can't let him get away. I can shake some or all of the Varlins on my tail with him, the participant, who was a draconet, thought as he turned to run in Abestos' direction as well. The draconet happened to be a little faster, so in just a couple of moments, he was already a few feet away from Abestos. Shit. Abestos turned to his side after sensing a weird energy. Pa! The draconet clasped his hands together, and an unexpected phenomenon occurred. His body, which was only a few feet ahead of the Varlins, floated about 6 inches above the muddy surface as he emitted a bright blur glow. Hyanin, a silhouette, suddenly slipped out from his back and instantly appeared 100 feet behind the Varlins chasing him. However, since his body, which floated a little above the ground, didn't move for a split second, the Varlins had already pounced upon it. To Abestos' surprise, the Varlins phased through the draconet body, which suddenly turned illusionary and began to float backwards. The body floated straight towards the silhouette that slipped out from it, and they combined once more before returning to solid state. Shit! Abestos cursed again as he noticed the draconet had distanced himself from the Varlins, chasing him by a couple 100 feet. The Varlins, which were close to catching him earlier, turned to Abestos now and identified him as their new prey. Phew whom, Abestos yelled as he kept running with over 50 Varlins chasing from behind. In another part of the location, Angie could be seen standing on a mountain and breathing profusely. I should probably reduce how I use her abilities if I wish to maintain this form for longer, she mumbled while the 2 horns on her forehead reduced in length. Never has a form drained me like this one. This girl is truly a monster, she voiced again while turning around. Fui-hi, fui-hi, fui-hi. She suddenly spotted multiple dark streaks cutting across the muddy terrain beneath from her view on the mountain top. They were heading in her direction and soon sped across the sloppy mountain path, arriving before her in a few moments. Got to go again, she voiced as she stared at the Varlins leaping towards her figure in slow motion. Their fast speed was really nothing to her. Turning around, she took a step forward and quickly arrived more than 200,000 feet ahead of her previous location. The Varlins only caught air as they fell to the ground of the mountaintop in confusion, wondering where the prey they were after had disappeared to. In another location, a second Angie could be spotted. She skipped playfully on a small green colored stream, ignoring the chaos around her. At the edges of the stream, up to 50 Varlins had surrounded the vicinity. They didn't need to lie in wait, as their speeds also allowed them to run on the surface of a water body too. However, at the moment, it looked like they had been frozen in time as Angie played on the stream. They were barely moving, and the surface of the stream seemed still as well. Whenever Angie stomped on it, even a small splash of water hadn't been able to completely form. It was still slowly forming. Hee. Angie kept giggling as she moved from place to place across the stream while everything around her still looked frozen in time. She paused in the middle of the stream and looked towards the northern sky. 042. 37. This is too easy, Angie muttered as she watched the time count down normally. 042. 36. 042. 35. 042. 34. The timer WSS, counting down normally, but the time in her surroundings seemed to have been altered. Hopefully things will become more interesting in the next stages. Her left horn, which had been emitting a silver glow all this time, suddenly dimmed. Just as that happened, the time in the vicinity returned to normal as water splashed upwards and the Varlins sped towards her across the surface of the stream. However, in the next instant, thwoosh, an outburst of wind caused the Varlins to get blasted backwards, as a pillar of water also rose to the sky the instant Angie moved. Her figure disappeared into the distance instantly, as not even a single one of the Varlins managed to get close to her. Although it was against the rules to attack the Varlins with your abilities, Angie action wasn't counted to be rule-breaking, since it was the wind effect from her speed that caused the Varlins to be blasted away. Angie's speed was so much beyond their level. It didn't seem like the Varlins could catch her without some sort of handicap. In other parts of the sub-challenge location, other species could be seen running helter-skelter as well. Abilities were only allowed for the purpose of running, not attacking the Varlins who were giving chase. Flying was also not allowed, as a rule was given, stating that participants couldn't be above any surface for more than 3 seconds. The rules didn't stop participants from attacking each other, so several of them already sabotaged other participants with their abilities, causing them to get caught by the Varlins. Some of the participants realized this might be counter-effective, since lesser participants meant more Varlins chasing a single person, so they decided to refrain. This was why the Draconet Abestos encountered earlier only tried to pin the Varlins chasing him to Abestos, instead of engaging in any battle. At the moment, Abestos could be seen jumping and swerving sideways as the Varlins caught up to him. His only option at the moment was to dodge them as much as he could. As he approached a forest area, more Varlins appeared from up ahead, and he was soon surrounded. Fwy, 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 fwy. They leapt towards him with speed, and it looked like Abestos was done for. All of a sudden, a small ding was heard as the portals in the vicinity brightened up. com0v/elf/b/in/net. Finally, Abestos rejoiced as another 15 minutes had successfully went by. I can use it now, he muttered while pointing his index finger towards the northeast at a mountain that was within the forest area. It seemed like time had frozen as Abestos' feet suddenly bursted into flames, and he reappeared at the top of the mountain he pointed at. Thuyish! A small blast rang out a moment later behind him as a blazing trail could be spotted on the ground, leading from his initial to present location. Phew, that was close, he heaved a sigh of relief. I can use it 6 more times. I should be able to evade the Varlins for the rest of the countdown. His face showed determination and excitement as he looked down the mountain. Hour later, nightfall had arrived, and the participants all over the planet were heading back to their accommodation areas. As Gustav and the others descended from the 8 disc, he praised the team. Good job, guys, he voiced within the sky elevator. We didn't even take first, Falco said with a tone of disappointment. It doesn't matter. You 3 managed to gather more points for the group and also qualified for the next stage. I would have liked to less the rest to the substitute team, but I'm going to need you 3 to participate in the next stage as well, Gustav responded lengthily. Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool. Com. Chapter 1173, Facing a Panel. I would have liked to less the rest to the substitute team, but I'm going to need you 3 to participate in the next stage as well, Gustav responded lengthily. What if there come a time where we can't participate because we're busy with a main category? Fildhor asked. Well, cross that line when we get there, Gustav responded. Angie, Finks, Abestos. Good job on your suits too, Gustav added. It was a piece of cake, Angie said with a smile. I can't wait for the next stage, she added. Nope, it wasn't a piece of cake for me at all. The Draconet nearly sabotaged the whole thing for me. Abestos shook his head. I saw, but at least you managed to get through to the next stage. Gustav tapped his shoulder twice. So long as I maintain Angie's transformation am good, Finks cut in. According to the announcement, the next stage is in 2 days, so you 3 can relax till then, Gustav stated. No rest for us. The next stage for the seismic climb is taking place tomorrow. Falco folded his arms. On the bright side, the river splitting challenge won't be completed till tomorrow, so the group will be free for the entire day. So until the second stage for the seismic climb starts, you three are also free, Gustav voiced in response. They arrived on the 9th disc, and the group decided to go spectate the ongoing river splitting challenge. Gustav, on the other hand, excused himself and went off to a residential part of the 9th disc. "Hand it over!" Gustav voiced within a hallway where a group of 10 could be seen. They had white heads, completely green eyes, and transparent skin. These were the Zionsi. "Now hold on, Earthling. You can't just take it from him," the captain responded. "I can and I will. He lost the bet," Gustav stated with a strong tone. Unda stood behind the group with a fearful look as he tried to avoid eye contact with Gustav. "If he gives you his sway force, he will be left powerless and become completely useless to our team in the course of this competition." The captain spoke with a pleading tone. He should have thought about that before he made the bet. "Hand it over," Gustav said once more. "I'm afraid we really cannot do that. If you could wait till the end of TH. The captain was still speaking when Gustav cut him short. "I will not repeat myself." A dreadful aura began emanating from his being as he threw out a menacing gaze. "Or what?" Another teammate voiced as he stared back at Gustav with an unfazed expression. "Yuzuki, stop it!" Their captain quickly cautioned the teammate who had just spoken. "Captain Alumo, we don't have to cower just because of his performance in the river splitting challenge," Yuzuki voiced out. Participants are not allowed to fight each other outside of challenges too. And if he was to complain to anyone, he doesn't have proof that there was a bet, the other teammates added as well. Unda was starting to regain his confidence back as he realized his teammates had his back on the issue. "You all better stop, T." The captain was about speaking again when Gustav cut in. "All right, time up," Gustav voiced as he began to take steps forward. "Step, step, step, step. Hey, you can't attack us. It's against the rules." Yuzuki's face turned tensed with every step Gustav took. "Who said I was going to attack? I'm just going to take what is mine." The instant these words escaped Gustav's lips, his right foot also made contact with the ground. Phew-hoop, a pinkish energy drifted from his being, spreading across the vicinity. "What is?" Yuzuki was about speaking again when he sensed an insurmountable force descending upon his entire body. Bam! 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 He wasn't the only one feeling this as they began to fall to their knees one after the other while Gustav kept stepping forward. Captain Alumo was the only one who managed to fight against the force as he struggled to remain standing. However, his trembling knees were proof that he was having a difficult time as well. "Sleep!" Gustav's voice was like a mandate that couldn't be resisted. The Zionsis began falling face flat for the ground as they passed out one after the other. Their captain still remained the only one who kept fighting against the power as he tried activating his, while a strong dose of drowsiness kept assaulting his senses. He tried to scream and fight, but he couldn't do so for long. As his body began to succumb, the last thing he saw before his vision faded was Gustav's hand on Unda's head. Unda was in a kneeling position, facing a completely different situation to his teammates. Bam! Captain Alumo's body fell to the ground, and he finally passed out. "I can extract it, right?" It seemed like Gustav was talking to himself, but this, of course, wasn't so. "Yeah, in a couple of seconds," the system replied. A minute later, Gustav stared at the system notification in front of him with a satisfied expression. "Zionsi sway force has been successfully extracted. Does host wish to merge the sway force with a bloodline?" "Oh, I can do this too?" "Interesting," Gustav muttered. "And, thank you for your cooperation. You can go to sleep now," Gustav said to the person kneeling before him. Bam! Unda fell face flat onto the ground and passed out in the next instant. A couple of other species passing by this corridor stared with curious gazes before one finally moved in Gustav's direction. "Fights are not allo." "It wasn't a fight," Gustav cut her short before she could complete her statement. "Sprint has been activated. Gotta go." Gustav's voice trailed off as his figure left after images while he sped off. He didn't want to attract any more attention to himself here. Everyone wondered what happened as the Zionsi lay on the ground like they had met their demise. Time went by very quickly, and the next day arrived. Since all planets didn't get to participate in the river splitting challenge, the previous day they had today to do that. Gustav headed out with the others to go spectate the challenge, but on his way, he was accosted by a group of handlers. Fwai'i, a rectangular floating platform, descended from the air and landed in front of them. "Gustav Crimson, you're coming with us," the handlers on the platform stated with authoritative looks. The group had expressions of confusion as they wondered why the handlers' voices sounded hostile. Gustav instantly knew what this was about, but still decided to ask. "This is about yesterday, isn't it?" "Yes, you are coming with us for questioning," one of the handlers replied. Gustav stared at them once more before replying. "Okay, you guys go ahead, I'll catch up soon," he said to the others before stepping onto the platform. It floated upwards and soon disappeared into the southern skies before they were even able to ask what was going on. "Does anyone know what happened yesterday?" Angie asked with a worried expression. "No idea." E shook his head. The others looked clueless as well. "We better tell Miss Amy about this just in case," Timmy suggested. com/0v//Elbin// net within a wavy-looking roofed building. Gustav stood in front of what looked like a panel within a large hall. They were seated on high transparent seats in front of the hall, which made them look exalted above all. Gustav stood on the left, while a bunch of Zionsis stood on the right. They all had familiar-looking faces. "Gustav Crimson, Captain of Earth, did you break the rules of ISOP by fighting outside of the competition?" One of the exalted panel members questioned with a loud tone. "Nope," Gustav replied. "Then how did you successfully extract the sway force from a Zionsi participant?" Another one of them questioned. "I just did. I didn't have to fight to achieve that," Gustav responded with an unbothered tone. "Answer with truthfulness, as this could lead to your disqualification from participating in the rest of ISOP." The one who first questioned Gustav spoke again. "Disqualification? Last I checked, no rules were broken, so just say so if you're looking to disqualify anyone unjustly," Gustav replied. "Are you claiming you didn't make use of any special abilities against the Zionsis yesterday?" The panel member questioned. "I did, but there was no fight," Gustav replied. "How do?" "Just show a goddamned footage instead of wasting time. What happened within the corridors of the accommodation area was surely recorded, so show footages," Gustav stated. The panel members began whispering amongst themselves for a minute before facing Gustav once more. "Display yesterday's footage." After the instruction was given, a holographic footage appeared in the middle of the hall. It displayed what had gone down with Gustav and the others yesterday, stunning the panel members watching. How is he doing all this? This question ran through their minds. Follow current novels on topnovelfool.com. Chapter 1174 show, Is he doing all this? This question ran through their minds. It looks like there truly wasn't a fight. One of the panel members finally voiced out. The others nodded in agreement. "But he assaulted us. Surely the panel will be just in meting out punishment." Yuzuki finally voiced out, as it seemed he had been holding himself back. "It will be unjust for the panel to let Gustav go. He took my sway force." Understated as well. According to the footage, Gustav Crimson did make use of his abilities, but we cannot see it as an assault since he did not physically harm anyone. One of the panel members replied, "I have lost my abilities because of what he did. He put his hand on me. That is assault." Unda yelled, "Indeed, this part cannot be ignored. Gustav Crimson, while no fights or physical harm occurred, you have taken something that doesn't belong to you." The panel member in the middle spoke. "We ask that you give it back to put an end to this issue once and for all," another panel member on the left voiced. It belongs to me, so no, I will not be complying, Gustav responded. You will be punished if this matter is judged to be an assault since you have forcefully stolen something that doesn't. Let me stop you right there. I only took back what was rightfully mine, so y'all need to get your facts straight. Gustav cut the panel member short before they could continue. Lies. Unda cried out. We made a bet, and he lost. The wager was his sway force, so like I said, I only took what was rightfully mine, Gustav stated. Dash, he is lying. Dash, this scum just assaulted us out of nowhere. Dash, he took it by force. The Zionsi participants voiced out simultaneously. It's your word against theirs. Do you have proof? Witnesses that can back your claim? Upon the mention of this, Unda had a glint at the corner of his eyes. The group was sure that Gustav had no proof. Although Eldris and a few other teammates were witnesses, it was still going to be their words against that of the Zionsis. P-Alpha D-Alpha, no one, oh yeah, I've got evidence here. Gustav's statement shook the Zionsi as they stared in his direction with shocked looks. He's bluffing, they had similar thoughts. SJ, Gustav called out. Xeonin, a translucent head-sized item, suddenly appeared out of thin air. A glowing fluorescent light. The size of a baby's palm could be seen within while its surface happened to be transparent and looked as smooth as glass. Display my time yesterday exchanging dialogue with that buffoon, Gustav pointed at Unda. The fluorescent glow within the sacred jewel suddenly glowed intensely, illuminating the entire hall for a moment. In the next instant, the surface of the sacred jewel began displaying a particular footage that was all too familiar to the Zionsis and Gustav. Their faces dropped as the sacred jewel even increased the volume of the ongoing scene currently getting displayed. Dash, the Klaxosapes will win, Unda's loud voice reverberated across the hall. Minutes later, Gustav Crimson, you are free to leave. The panel finally granted Gustav freedom without any punishment after watching the footage completely. As for the Zionsi, chatter, scuffle. The panel and everyone within the hall was suddenly attracted by a ruckus at the entrance of the hall. You can't go in. You are welcome to try and stop me. Within all of the ruckus, a familiar voice drifted into Gustav's hearing. Fwai Ro Alpha D Alpha and Nuam in the next instant, a figure clad in all. White robes appeared within the hall. What do you lots think you're doing? Miss Amy voiced the instant she stepped in. A powerful pressure instantly descended upon the entire vicinity, causing a deathly aura to permeate the air. This earthling, the panel members had shocked looks. Meanwhile, the Zionsis found themselves on their knees yet again. Miss Amy, stop, Gustav voiced out. I heard about what happened. Did they finalize the whole situation with a stupid verdict? Miss Amy questioned while walking towards Gustav. Actually, no, we just finished, and I was about to leave, he replied. Oh! The dreadful look, as well as aura permeating from her, suddenly ceased. Her face warmed up as she arrived before Gustav. Looks like you took care of it, she said. Yes, it's fine now, Gustav replied. I'm late again, but it's surprising to see that some people in power can have sound reasoning, Miss Amy voiced while staring at the 5 panel members. Shouldn't you apologize for barging in and inconveniencing everyone this way? One of the panel members questioned. No, he shouldn't even be here in the first place, so next time, make your findings before bringing my student before any panel, Miss Amy replied before grabbing Gustav's arm. Let's go, she said while dragging him along as they walked out. The Zionsis had looks of devastation after Gustav and Miss Amy left. They had lost a teammate at this point, a teammate who was one of their core strengths. Now they would have to use a substitute to continue with Aesop. Gustav had met up with the others outside who had been worried and came along with Miss Amy. It turned out Eldris figured out it must have been related to the bet issue, despite the fact that Gustav didn't inform him about it. Knowing Gustav, he was sure a scuffle must have gone down where Gustav probably had to take the wager by force. After he pieced things together, he informed Miss Amy, and they inquired to discover where Gustav was taken before they showed up. After the whole issue, they returned to the arena and for the rest of the day spectate the other planets who were still participating in the river splitting challenge. Gustav kept taking notes of the other planets, participants, especially the ones that would pose the most threat to Earth. As expected, 3 more participants representing different planets managed to split the 10th river as well. Before the river splitting challenge ended, Gustav took note of those who were even more powerful than the participants who managed to split the 10th river. Just as mentioned earlier, some powerful participants couldn't show more of their strength due to pairing against weaker opponents. Some participants were also trying to hide their strength, which was most likely because they didn't want others to be aware of their cards before the one-on-one battles arrived. In the span of 5 days, about 2 more main categories were completed. So far, the challenges had been types that would require the participants to use their abilities in specific ways and also follow a set of instructions as well as rules. Points were shared based on how the planet participants performed in these categories, and it was mostly high. Angie and Finks had managed to qualify for the last stage of the Varlin chase, which was holding the next day, while Abestos had been disqualified in the previous one. As for the seismic climb, Fildhor, Falco, and Yonda reached the last stage but finished at the 20th place. Gustav wasn't in any way disappointed with the results, since they still managed to score a total of 620 points for Earth. Angie, Finks, and Abestos had only managed to score 300 points for Earth, so far despite reaching the final stage of the Varlin chase. As for the other subcategories that kicked off, Gustav had the substitutes participate in them as he couldn't spare any main teammate in the last 2 days. Another subcategory would be starting the same day Angie and Finks would participate in the last stage of the Varlin chase. However, Gustav didn't have any plans of making a main team member participate. He already decided that the Earth sub-candidates would be participating. This WSS, mostly due to the fact that a very major category would be holding a day after the last stage of the Varlin chase. This category happened to be a major one due to the fact that it was never reshuffled. This category was always in every ISOP, and this year it would be too. It granted the winner a total of 20,000 points, which happened to be way higher than many other categories. Gustav was looking forward to it and also making plans as to how Earth participants would act. It's an entire week long. I think we'll have enough time to find each other, Timmy voiced within the main room of their accommodation area. I'm not sure you realize how large the 4th disc is. To make it worse, they're using a dimensional expansion machine, Falco stated from the side. So what? Who cares if it is 30 or 50 times larger than Earth? The Viander egg category is an entire 3 weeks duration. Chapter 11, 75 Planet Desecrating Orbs. So what? Who cares if it is 30 or 50 times larger than Earth? Rhea yelled and soon regretted his action. Everyone stared at him like he was an idiot. The Viander egg category is an entire 3 weeks duration. He's not entirely wrong, Timmy added. If the disc is truly as large as recorded, and they also make use of the dimensional expansion machine, the probability of us finding each other is really low. Angie is the only one that has a chance of finding anyone since she's very fast, Gustav analyzed. Indeed, since according to the information given, we will all be scattered across different locations on the 4th disc, Eldris added. I think it's best we come up with a plan now, Endrick voiced out. A map of the 4th disc might help, Sheila spoke as well. I doubt the handlers would let the 4th disc bear its usual look. A map would become completely useless if the terrains of the entire 4th disc got changed. Gustav shook his head. Everyone agreed with Gustav's reasoning. So far the handlers had the power to change how the location of a category looked. There was a high chance they would do the same again. I don't think we have any other choice than to just gather as many different colors as we each can and meet in a designated point, Endrick voiced with a low tone. But there are over 900 designated points. How do we know which one to head to? Finks asked with a serious expression. This is going to be difficult, Matilda sighed. Now, just relax, guys. How about I cook a dish to calm everyone down? He stood to his feet with a smile as he proposed. No. The unified voices of everyone left E, standing in his spot with a look of betrayal. Come on, guys. I promise I'll cook something good this time, E voiced with a wry smile. The last thing we need before taking on a tasking challenge is food poisoning, Sheila pointed out with her shrill voice. Asterisk pat pat, asterisk Eldris patted E's shoulder as he took a seat with a defeated expression. Back to the issue at hand. I have a way out, Gustav stated. Everyone's attention instantly focused back on Gustav. Do you guys know that I can track every one of you, no matter how far away you travel? Gustav announced. What? They exclaimed with expressions of surprise. Even if we're on different planets? Fildhor questioned. Yes, it gets weaker the farther away you are, meaning they'll still be able to see you and your surroundings, but I won't be able to sense which direction to head in, since it's like a tracker. Everyone was still reeling in shock about Gustav having such a power. Like what he had displayed in these last few days weren't enough. He still had more in his arsenal. However, so long as we are on the same planet, he'll be able to do both. See everyone and pinpoint locations as well, Guziev explained. But that's just a one-way ability, no? We won't be able to see you or talk to you, but you'll be able to see us, Abestos inquired with a contemplative expression. That's where SJ comes in, Gustav replied. SJ! Everyone's faces showed expressions of confusion upon hearing this. Hours later, Gustav stood in the middle of a corridor with glass walls. He stared through the transparent walls towards the buildings in the distance. What are you worried about again? Angie approached from behind. We have only managed to accumulate a total of 19,000 points so far. There will be a huge gap if we don't win the Viander Egg Challenge, Gustav stated. And we're currently 6th position out of over 2,000 planets. So far I think we're doing good, Angie said while wrapping her arms around Gustav from behind. Yeah. I don't want to lose, though, Gustav replied. Don't worry, even if we don't take first place in this challenge, other challenges will still take place. Also, losing this category doesn't mean we can't acquire any points at all, Angie voiced with a comforting tone. Dash, you're right, but we haven't lost, haha. This is more fun than I expected, Gustav said while slowly turning around with Angie's arms still wrapped around him. I'm glad you're having fun. I hope Gustav Jr. will be less stuck up and be more of your current self. Angie placed her head on his chest at this point. Gustav Jr., I think I'll name him Danzo instead, but no, we won't be making a mini-me till after 2 years, Gustav replied with a light chuckle. Angie's face turned reddish at this point. We? You want me to? She stuttered while speaking. If not you, then who else? Haha, anyway, let's focus on the current task, Gustav said while separating from Angie. A little fun every once in a while wouldn't kill you. Angie muttered while pinching the chest area of her fabric and pulling it a little downwards. This time Gustav's face turned red as Angie's cleavage was exposed, displaying the smooth lumps threatening to spill out. Damn it. I gotta look away. She really got bustier, Gustav said internally. Are you just noticing that? Compared to the last 3 years, her chest is twice as large. Her thighs are also. Shut the fuck up. You're making things worse. Gustav cursed internally as he felt blood rush to a certain part of his body. Cough, cough. See you later, Angie. Gustav turned around and sped away. How is he still so shy after all this time? Angie smiled while shaking her head before recalling she was similar. Her face turned red. I love him. With all my heart, soul, and body, the next day arrived very quickly. Gustav and the group didn't have to head to the arena since no main category was holding today. Only subcategories were taking place today. Angie and Finks would be heading to the 7th disc for the last stage of the Varlin chase. As for the other subcategories, Gustav had picked a couple of Earth substitutes to participate in them. As Earth's captain, he was still the leader or the substitutes as well, so he had to make sure he let right ones represent Earth in the subcategory that was suited them. Gustav wanted to witness the final stage of the Varlin chase in person, so he gave Ealdris the task to take care of the rest. Fweiswish. Com 0/V/L/L/bin /net on a large screen towards the east. A group of species could be seen running from a bunch of black round creature with cat whiskers. The black round creatures with cat whiskers moved so quickly. Black streaks were all the screens could capture as they sped across the vicinity. Gustav, who witnessed the Varlins chasing the participants, was amongst the spectators who were able to properly follow the fast movements. They're already this fast in just 30 minutes. Glade voiced from the side. Yeah, that's more than 70 miles per second, Gustav analyzed. If they're already moving this quickly, then how fast will they be moving in the next hour? Matilda had a worried look on her face as she spoke. S-red energy phased out of Gustav as he stretched his hand forward to touch the spherical balls, one after the other. A couple of minutes later, all of the balls had turned from purplish to dark red, while black electric arcs swam across it. They all emitted fierce, destructive energy, which the air to vibrate intensely due to their existence. Gustav went back to his seating position after imbuing them with more energy, and looked upwards before whispering. Combine, he snapped his fingers. Tsia, Tsia, Tsia. The spherical balls of destructive energy began to phase into one another at quick pace. With every combination, they grew larger and larger. A few seconds later, a gigantic building-sized orb had appeared. Thrya. The air sizzled with intensity upon the final product of the combination, causing weird reactions to the vicinity. Compress, Gustav voiced out. A space compression energy phased out of Gustav at this point, and the massive spherical orb began to reduce in size. Do you know what you just created? The system voiced with a slight tone of terror. A planet-destroying orb. Yes, I'll call it planet-desecrating ORB, Gustav decided with a tone of delight. You are crazy. That thing can destroy a planet almost twice the size of Earth, the system yelled. Exactly why I call it backup, Gustav replied. Now let's make more, Gustav added. Did this idiot even hear what I just said? Hours upon hours passed, and Gustav spent half the day creating more planet-desecrating orbs. He didn't stop even after creating more than 10 of them. This couldn't be called a backup anymore. It was more like a backup that had multiple other backups. Follow current novels on topnovelfool.com. Chapter 1176. Within the light barrier that encircled the location. A silver streak suddenly cut through a forest area. Thryria. Multiple black streaks followed about a second later, chasing after the silver streak. The silver streak soon arrived before the tallest tree within the forest area and sped across it. In less than a second, the streak arrived at the top of the 7,000 feet tall tree. Phew, it's getting tasking again. I need to shake them off, the figure with silver and pink hair as well as 2 short horns on her forehead voiced. They're coming! SHS barely had a moment of rest as she spotted the approach of the black streaks once more. Fwaiwai, just like her, they scaled across the tree in a jiffy. However, before they arrived at the top, she jumped off. Thrih, as her body traveled across the air, the Varlins were only just arriving at the top of the tree. I may not be able to attack them directly, but I can do this, she muttered while her entire figure gave off a silver glow. Duhom! An outburst of silver-colored energy spread forth from her figure the instant she landed on another tree. Fly! 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 Trees began to topple one after the other, including the one she had just landed upon. She had to leap off once again. The instant she landed on the ground, which currently had visibility issues due to the dust she stirred from her initial action, she turned towards the west and sped away. Thwish! As she sped away, her facial muscles squirmed a bit, making it look like her face would fall off, but a moment later, it went back to normal. In another part of the venue, Angie could be spotted running sideways on a sloppy mountainside. Her body was in a slanted position like the mountain as she sped across its sloppy surface with no issues. That cave would have been a good hiding spot if there wasn't a portal right there, Angie muttered underneath her breath. No Varlins could be seen chasing her as she was moving at a speed that was more than twice theirs. Her feet were starting to cut lines into the mountain, so she decided to descend so as not to split the entire mountain by mistake. "Oh, well, this is still too easy," she muttered while speeding across a plain land. Fwai, her figure blasted past another participant who was about to get caught by the Varlins. They instantly got attracted by her presence and turned around to give chase. However, they soon lost her due to speed and were unable to decide on which direction to head in. Time went by very quickly, and soon only around 5 hours were left on the timer. Planet Foing last representative disqualified. Planet Draconet last representative disqualified. Planet Tahuti last representative disqualified. Planet Riverk last representative disqualified. Disqualification announcements kept ringing out by the minute as more participants got disqualified. At this point, only around 100 participants were left. More than 2,800 planets had been disqualified as well. There were barely any planets left with more than one representative. It got even worse after another 15 minutes went by. Now they are moving at 170 miles per second. Gustav analyzed from his spectating position. "That's just insane. I can barely follow their speeds anymore," Matida stated. "And there is still over 3 hours left. Just how fast will they be moving by when the timer is less than an hour?" Glade looked agitated as she spoke. The only person besides Angie who was able to move at the current speed was Gustav, but the group were worried that Angie might reach her speed limit before the timer counted down completely. Gustav, on the other hand, was more concerned about how many Varlins would be in there with them in the next hour. Currently, there were about 6,000 Varlins that had appeared from the portals, according to Gustav's calculation. He felt that the participants left would soon run out of space. By the time the Varlins filled everything, there wouldn't be any more room for movement, which would eventually lead to disqualification. Pialfendialpha, no one, Gustav calculated that with the current rate of disqualification, less than 10 participants would be left in the next hour. And he wasn't wrong. 251, 27, Roalfadialpha, and New Amit was going just as Gustav predicted. The sheer numbers of the Varlins was starting to become a problem as there was little room left. Angie could be spotted on the screen getting slower and slower as she tried to keep away from getting caught. Fwish, she soon stopped behind a giant rock and began panting heavily. "Fuck," she muttered as her flesh began to squirm. There were worms underneath. A white foam-like substance fell from the side of her face, revealing a different look. Gnashing her teeth, she quickly sped forward as a bunch of Varlins arrived at her location. Bam! One landed from the air at her initial location. Fwai, fwai, as they bolted forward to make contact. She swerved repeated across the place. However, her figure suddenly glitches as she felt her speed getting sapped. Her left horn melted from her forehead as she tripped and tumbled across the ground suddenly. The instant she managed to get herself up, she had already been surrounded by the Varlins. Minutes later, Finks was teleported out of the venue. "You did well," Gustav praised as he passed an energy snack to Finks. Asterisk, asterisk, I could have tried to hold on longer, she muttered while receiving the snack. "You did your best. Now the rest is up to Angie," Gustav added. Finks had gone back to her original look after getting caught by the Varlins. She was already running out of energy. Gustav understood that this WSS, mainly due to the fact that Finks had to use Angie abilities more to escape the Varlins who were multiplying and increasing at a rapid pace. Now only 7 participants were left. Angie was still doing well in escaping the Varlins, but they were becoming too many to count, and her opponents were not weak as well. They were evading the Varlins pretty well too. Fwai, fwai. "Oh, "You're fast for an Earthling," a participant with 27 wings voiced out. "What is that supposed to mean?" Angie questioned while sizing her up. The 7 mini wings lined up across her feet to her calves happened to be quite eye-catching. "I'm saying your kind is usually slower," she voiced in reply. "I hope you can keep this same confident tone when you lose," Angie stated as they sped forward side by side. "Lose? You make me laugh, Earthling," the female participant who happened to be a terracile chuckled before speeding further ahead. Foom, her speed went up to 1,500,000 feet per second. Angie squinted her eyes before increasing her speed as well. Fuhumsh, the land was getting split apart as these two sped side by side. Angie had caught up with her again. "Oh, is it a race? Let me join. Let me join." Another participant with flaming limbs voiced as he approached from the left with an excited tone. "A percule? Looks like I need to show you life forms with lower speed your place," the terracile voiced as she increased her speed once more. Her face soon turned shocked as Angie and the other participant caught up with her in a couple of moments. One more soon joined their race, as well as they sped across the vicinity of the sub-challenge. Winds were soon stirred up as these 4 ran non-stop, increasing their speeds occasionally. Despite the size of the venue, they had run across it more than 100 times in a couple of minutes. 0, 25, 55. At this point, only 3 participants were left. Angie, Morov, and Vilken. These 3 were Earth, Terracile, and Pericule representatives. Due to their speed, no Varlin was able to approach them as they were currently moving at more than 2 million feet per second. They had created storms from their speed, which kept blowing the Varlins away whenever they tried to approach the 3. Gustav had to admit he didn't expect this, but soon they would have to break it off since only one of them was expected to win. "It's time for you 2 to lose," Vilken stated as he prepared to attack Angie and Morov. "You have to catch us first, fool," Morov stated and suddenly increased her speed by over 100,000 feet again. Morov had suddenly leapt into the air at this point, ready to kick Angie in the face as she was right beside him. The instant Angie was kicked out of the circle, the Varlins would be able to get her, and he would have one less competitor. However, at this same moment, Angie activated an ability. Thyanzin's her left horn glowed a silver color that suddenly illuminated the environment. Vilken, who had leapt into the air, suddenly found himself moving in very slow motion. Chapter 1177, Losing Consciousness, huh? He expressed his confusion as Angie suddenly sped off while the heavy winds created from their speed blew him out of the circle. Thyanzin's her left horn emitted a silver light that suddenly illuminated the environment. Vilken, who had leapt into the air, suddenly found himself moving in very slow motion. What is? The winds generated from the speed of Angie and Morov, who were unhindered, sent Vilken spiraling across the air. Bam! He soon landed outside the encirclement and found himself surrounded by thousands of Arlins. Planet Pericule's last representative disqualified, the ability Angie had just activated was amongst the new abilities she got from connecting to her bloodline predecessor. It stole time and speed from a particular radius, while other areas remained unaffected. Angie had already caught up once again with Murov, who kept trying to outrun her, but to no avail. 0, 12, 34 minutes went by, and none of them had been caught by the Varlins. They were already in the last 15 minutes. The Varlins at this point were moving at over 300 miles per second, which was well over 1,500,000 feet per second. Despite how insanely fast this was, they weren't able to keep up with Angie and Morov. The Varlins got pulled into the storm that was still maintained from their speed and kept swirling about. At this point, it looked like they would both get to the end of the timer. The handlers hadn't expected this and only wanted one winner. Initiate the merge, the handler in charge of sub-challenge instructed. Daidahayan, a beam suddenly descended upon the venue of the challenge. drawing the attention of the spectators. The instant this beam appeared, all of the Varlin started getting pulled into it, and the storm generated from Angie and Maruv's speed disappeared. Aethiaeth! A loud roar rang out from within the beam, the instant all of the Varlins got sucked completely into it. The beam disappeared in the next moment, and everyone could see an enormous Varlin in the middle of the venue. It was up to 3,000 feet tall, with a long 400 feet long tail and massive whiskers. Its eye gleamed a dangerous white light as its massive black body moved. "That is troublesome," Falco muttered. Zien, Morov, and Angie suddenly felt a mighty pull the instant the Varlin moved. It suddenly appeared in front of them with its massive paws swinging downwards. Fwaiwai, Angie stepped towards the left instantly, barely missing the paws as they landed on the ground. Boom gusts of winds blasted across the vicinity, slamming heavily into Morov and Angie the instant they escaped the paws. Angie found herself spiraling across the air from the sudden contact of the shock waves along with Morov. Com/OV/Elb/in forwards net the creature swung both of its paws downwards once more in their directions, since it was large enough to reach both of them without moving. This happened to be the deciding moment, as both participants looked like they would be disqualified in this moment. Thai-Iathaean, Angie's left horn, suddenly gleamed once more with a silver glow as the right paw of the Varlin slowed in descent for a moment. HNNGHH! She groaned as she landed on her feet before it made contact with her. Thush! Turning to the south, she blitzed off, appearing more than 1,000,000 feet away before its paws landed on the ground. Boom! It sounded like a nuclear weapon had gone off as its paws slammed onto the ground. The right one descended before the left due to Angie's interference. Planet Terracile last, representative, disqualified. Now only Angie was left in the last stage. However, the others didn't rejoice yet. Morov got disqualified because the rules of the challenge did not allow flight, which meant she was incapacitated till she landed on the ground. The massive Varlin didn't let her land before it got to her, and now that only Angie was left, it could focus on her alone. 007:31. The Varlin chased after Angie and caught up in a jiffy. It began slamming its paws down occasionally to disrupt the entire environment. Whenever this happened, Angie's entire figure would be thrown into the air, and the Varlin would try to catch her in mid-air. However, Angie would take away part of its time and speed, giving herself the opportunity to escape. This happened over and over and over again, till only a minute was left. 0:59. At this point, Angie was weary and blood was oozing down her nose and forehead. She had nearly drained herself completely, repeatedly using that ability. "Come on, Angie, less than 1 minute left," Glade voiced with a look of hope. The last few seconds were like days to Angie as time slowed down for her and the creature. Her vision was turning blurrier by the millisecond, and she could feel her head was heavy. She decided to stop using the ability in the meantime and kept trying to keep as much distance between herself and the massive Varlin. However, this wasn't working as the Varlin kept adapting to her speed and catching up. There was also not enough room in the venue, which meant they were running in circles so much they could catch their own tail. 0:15, 00, 0:14, 00, 0:13, 00, 0:12, boom! In the last 10 seconds, another shock waves blasted across the vicinity as the Varlin suddenly leapt into the air and landed on the ground with its massive body. The ground responded by quaking, and destructive ripples blasted across the place. Bang! The instant it hit Angie, she got swept across the air and instantly passed out in midair. Angie! Matilda and the others yelled as they spotted her body, traveling across the air due to the shock waves which were still spreading around. Her eyes were shot, and the massive paws of the creature was headed for her. 0:07. The tension in the spectator's corner had risen to an insane level due to the number of seconds left. Would Angie get disqualified now? 00:06. The paws were only inches from making contact with her when mental manipulation has been activated. Wake up, Angie. She suddenly heard a familiar voice in her mind, causing her to open her eyes at the last moment. Thaya, a silver glow suddenly coated the tip of Angie's right horn this time, and an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Zia, as the silver glow from the tip of her right horn spread across the vicinity, the massive Varlin paw suddenly paused along the rest of its body, then began to reverse. Its actions began to reverse, with its paws rescinding and its leap into the air retracting along with the effects it brought. The distance between Angie and the creature suddenly increased as her right horn glow disappeared. Core! She coughed out a mouthful of blood as she sped forward to further increase the gap between them. I still can't use it. Seconds later, the Varlin chase last stage has ended. Earth wins, plus 700 points to Earth. Loud cheers reverberated across the vicinity as Angie's unconscious figure was teleported out of the venue. Gustav and the others quickly ran to where she was receiving medical treatment. That ended up being way intense than I expected. As the Varlin chase came to an end, the spectators moved to other parts of the 8-disc where other subcategories were ongoing. Other subcategories had long begun, but Gustav wasn't interested in spectating their substitutes. At the moment, he stayed in a room with Angie, laying on a bed. She's still unconscious. Eldris walked in. Yeah, Gustav replied. Should we get a substitute to replace her for the Viander Egg Challenge tomorrow? He inquired. No one can replace her, but just in case, yes, we should have someone with speed abilities ready to substitute with her for tomorrow, Gustav responded. I understand. When do you think she'll wake? Eldris said with a disturbed look. I don't know. She used something she shouldn't have. Gustav's face surprisingly looked unbothered despite how he was feeling at the moment. The time rewinding ability, right? Eldris muttered. Gustav nodded in response. Her body doesn't seem accustomed to such power. SS, now, my little Sheila. Great-grandpa will pay up okay. The aura of sharpness around Grand Commander Cheyenne reduced as he pat Sheila on her head. How are you two even related? She's... Teamy voiced out with a look of confusion. In black doesn't mean Grandpa isn't my relative, you fool. I was just born with a different skin color, Sheila yelled out. Oh! Teamy nodded in response. Anyways, it is time for you all to gear up for ISOP, Grand Commander Cheyenne announced. I have assembled a technological team, specially tasked with assisting you all in this. Your spacecraft will be ready to leave within the hour, Grand Commander Cheyenne added. Dash, this is an amplifier. You all have 4 amplification shots before it runs out, so make sure you make use of it wisely during ISOP. Dash a bolt in suit shell, dash healing meds. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. Come. Chapter 11, 78 Viander Egg Challenge. What better time is there than now to go all out? Stop wavering and make use of what you have, Gustav added. Although I wouldn't advise overdoing it like Angie did, so as it won't result to the same situation, he added. She didn't have any other choice. I don't think she would have done so under normal circumstances, Eldris said before placing his hand on Gustav's shoulder. Don't worry yourself. She'll be fine, Eldris added with a comforting tone. Gustav nodded before Eldris walked out. A few moments later, Matilda and Glade walked in with some food. The time in planet Ozius flowed differently from that of Earth. Not only was the galaxy home to a completely different orbit, the planets and major star was completely different as well. Compared to Earth, planet Ozius Day was almost 3 times longer. This was why major or subcategories could continue on for a long period of time within just a day. Currently, it was almost nightfall, and Angie had been unconscious for about 37 hours. At this point, Gustav already felt that she might not awaken till after the next category began. If she didn't wake before then, she would be unable to participate even if she regained consciousness before the category ends. God Eyes has been activated. Gustav activated God Eyes for the umpteenth time and could see that Angie didn't have any complications, just as he had seen the many other times he scanned her body. She only seemed to be recovering energy very slowly, which was why she hadn't regained consciousness. There's no point she's not reawakening before the next main category begins, the system voiced in Gustav's mind. Comno /vel / by /n / Ned, is there a way to speed up her recovery? Gustav inquired. There is, but I think it's best to let her recover naturally. Her body will naturally come back stronger so long as there is no outside interference, the system replied. All right then, so long as she is okay. Gustav softly caressed Angie's silver hair as he noted internally. You have to take her out of your plans, at least for now, the system voiced internally. That's the only option. This makes things a little more difficult. Angie is truly irreplaceable, but I guess we'll have to make do. Gustav decided as SJ appeared behind him. Zenon, You're hungry? Gustav questioned as he turned around and rubbed SJ affectionately. Flicker, flicker, the glowing light within flickered repeatedly in response. Is it ready? Within one of the accommodation rooms, some creatures resembling humans, but with multiple limbs and star-like patterns on their bodies, could be seen in an encirclement. Yes, one of them who stood in the middle with what looked like a black candle voiced. Captain Strum, with the flame of the primordial link, we are sure to appear in the same place, the one in the middle added. Sure, I hope it works. This will help us win easily, the largest in their midst with a half-black, half-white face responded. In another accommodation location, a group with acorn-shaped white heads were also holding a meeting. I must kill that earthling. I won't be satisfied if I don't kill him. Yuzuki yelled. We have the chance to do that in the Viander Egg Challenge. Another teammate by the name Darton spoke. Captain, we have to end that earthling for Unda's sake, Yuzuki said once more. It is only because of Unda that this happened in the first. I am against partaking in any form of vengeance, Captain Alumo responded. Unda is one of us no matter what happened. Gustav Crimson deserves to pay for what he did, another teammate stated. They had a bet and he failed. It is the consequences of his own actions. Drop it, Captain Alumo voiced with a tone of authority. His voice reverberated across the place for a couple of seconds, causing silence before he spoke again. Now we have more important matters at hand. The Viander Egg Challenge, Captain Alumo. In another accommodation location, a similar scene could be seen playing out with a different group of species. It is best we use this to eliminate some competition, one of the flaming-headed species voiced. Give me a list of participants you have in mind. The next day arrived in a jiffy, and the participants began leaving for the 4th disc. As for the spectators, the arena on the 9th disc would be displaying the challenge from start to finish on the multiple screens floating in midair. The Viander Egg Challenge would be holding for a duration of 3 weeks, so the spectators were bound to not witness the entirety of it, but a lot of them had vowed to witness most of it. We are here today with foeing participants. Who do you think would win the Viander Egg Challenge? A couple of Earth's reporters who were allowed to come witness ISOP in person questioned some of the participants on their way to the 4th disc. Floating cameras that transmitted the footages back to Earth could be spotted around them. We will win, of course. None of them can stand against us, one of foeing representatives stated. Who are you most wary of? Another reporter questioned. Strum, Vilax, Erland, Fyrus, and Crimson. They still can't hold a candle, one of them answered. Who are you most wary of? The reporters would occasionally ask the participants they came into contact with. Crimson, Strum, Vilax, Fyrus, Irond, Volume 10. Vilax, Strum, Volume 10. Crimson, Strum, Gasula E. Endrick, Strum, Crimson, Fyrus, Irond. Well, everyone had a list to give, Certain names always popped up every time from different species. The participants had been taking note of the opponents who had been performing the best out of over 50,000 participants. The Earth reporters approached yet another group with multiple limbs and star-like patterns on their bodies. Captain Strum, who are you most wary of? They questioned the one with the black and white face. Nobody, he answered with a proud smile. Not even the participants who have been doing the best so far? No one is good enough to waste a 1-second thought on, Captain Strum responded. Then who do you think will win? The reporters questioned yet again. Captain Strum stated before walking away with his teammates. Just after they left, a group with dark clothes covering their entire body also passed as well, emitting a dreadful energy. Is that? Captain Gustav Crimson is approaching. Let's question him too. Phew, we're finally here, Timmy voiced as they arrived within a massive hall, missing a roof. Captain, I really appreciate you giving me the chance to be a part of the main team. A participant with green eyes and hair voiced. Never mind about it. We just needed to fill in the space, Gustav said with a dismissive tone. Still, I am grateful, the new addition replied with respect. I welcome you all to the Viander Egg Challenge, Handler 1, who happened to be standing on an exalted podium, announced with an excited tone. Everyone focused their attention on him the instant he started speaking. As you may already be aware, this challenge will be holding for 3 weeks, and your tasks are as follows. True ion and holographic projection of different colors of eggs soon appeared before everyone. These eggs were up to 3 feet tall, and the colors they each had were violet, indigo, orange, neon, dark red, ultramarine, raisin black. The colors of the eggs displayed on the holographic screens were specifically listed out as Handler 1 resumed briefing them. One of each with the colors listed must be found and combined at the designated points. The combination of all 7 eggs with each color would form a Viander egg, which of course gives a certain amount of points. The team with the highest number of points at the end of the 3 weeks is the winner, Handler 1 explained lengthily. Sun, a small piece of block. This male avoided the lightning strikes from above and even parried them sometimes as the small piece of block kept taking him forward. He is getting there, Glade voiced out. Do you really think he can surpass Vildhor's record? Falco questioned. Doubt it. Timmy and Glade responded at the same time. They briefly glanced at each other before turning away. On the screen, a golden-colored lightning bolt suddenly descended from the sky and landed right in the turbulent sea. Fuhum, the sea suddenly rose with intensity, throwing the purple-haired male high into the sky. The piece of block kept spiraling intensely in the air as he reached out to grab it. However, before his hand could make contact with it, Thraha, Thrara, 7 lightning bolts descended from 7 different positions in the sky and struck him down. Bam! His figure evaporated in the next instant, and a display of game over was shown on the holographic screen. Some of them let out disappointment sounds as a figure who was standing up ahead pulled a transparent helmet off his head. This was the same person who had been displayed on the holographic screen. He had a face full of smiles, even though he was a bit disappointed as he approached the group. I tried my best, Dennis voiced out. Yet you tried, some of them nodded. I will break the record. One of them, who was flat-faced, voiced out with confidence. We should probably go and join the others in training, Falco said to Timmy and Glade. Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool. Come. Chapter 1179, I don't intend to kill anyone. If a participant receives 3 strikes, they will get disqualified. With this announcement, the faces of many participants flashed with a dark expression. Handler 1 mentioned how a participant would be instantly disqualified if they were deliberately trying to kill or successfully murder another participant, as opposed to it being a mistake. After Handler 1 mentioned a couple more things. Zein, fluorescent, glowing doorways began to appear all over within this massive roofless hall. Once you go through the light, you'll arrive within the venue, but as mentioned earlier, you all will be scattered across the fourth disc, Handler 1 stated. Let the Viander Egg Challenge begin. The participants began to move towards the glowing doorways closer to them. Despite Handler 1 mentioning they would end up in different places, groups still went in together. As Gustav and the others moved towards the one closest to them, another group followed right after. It's time, Gustav voiced as they approached the light. Remember the plan, guys, Ildris stated. They all nodded with serious expressions. We'll be waiting for the link, Ee said to Gustav, and they headed into the light. Gustav Crimson, you will paw. Gustav heard a familiar voice trail off as he disappeared into the light. Looks like someone intends to use the Viander Egg Challenge as cover to try to eliminate me, Gustav thought as his figure continued to sink into the light. Looks like your nice streak ends here. I don't think you've gone this long without killing anyone, the system replied internally. I don't intend to kill anyone still, so stop with the instigation, Gustav announced internally. Oh, we'll see about that, the system chuckled. Gustav, TCH, in the next moment, Gustav found himself falling from a sky with ice clusters. Bang, bang. His body slammed into some frosted clouds that remained in a stationary position in the sky. Parts of them instantly came crumbling down. Looks like the fourth disc is extremely cold, the system voiced as Gustav began to leap from ice cluster to ice cluster. Yeah, the North Pole pales in comparison to this, Gustav stated as he leapt off another icy platform. Fwaiwei, his body began to free fall unhindered, and now he could finally spread his perception. An area of ice rocks. Interesting, Gustav muttered as his senses spread across the vicinity. He could sense the frost-covered grounds and then multiple icy rocks scattered across the place as he descended. His senses were still spreading, so he was slowly picking up on more of the terrain while descending from the sky. There's fire? Bang! Gustav soon landed on a 200 feet tall icy rock, causing it to crumble. How is there fire in such a place? Gustav turned to stare northeast as he sensed this. From what he sensed, it wasn't coming from a person. Instead, the source seemed to be something unexpected. This, of course, drew his attention as he turned in its direction and began to head there. The icy rocks mostly were around 200 to 500 feet. They weren't very tall. Fwoosh, Gustav sped towards the direction. He sensed the flames and arrived on a high terrain where he could spot a 1,000 feet tall tree in the distance. This tree was ablaze with blue flames that looked undying, but the white leaves on them didn't seem affected in the slightest as well. Gustav could see that right in front of the tree was the entrance to a completely ice cave where multiple icicles could already be spotted. Looks like I have company, Gustav muttered while squinting his eyes as he spotted 3 participants walking into the cave that seemed to lead further underground. What was more unnerving was they were teammates. It turned out these 3 had arrived here together. So much for separation. Some insane luck they have, Gustav muttered as he spread his senses further out. Gustav's perception was currently so great that he could cover up to 3/4 of the Earth. However, the fourth disk was more than 30 times larger than Earth. With the current challenge, the dimensional expansion machine had been used to make it an even larger landmass. It was impossible to tell how big it was presently. Despite how far Gustav spread his senses, he couldn't find a single Earth participant. Unfortunately, he discovered there were more participants in the vicinity who were headed in this direction. The eggs tend to be found easily underground than in other places. Gustav recalled one of the things Handler 1 mentioned as he glanced at the icy cave entrance up ahead. Fwoosh, his figure, disappeared down the path and into the cave in the next instant. Why the hell is it so cold? Glade cursed as she conjured a red, glowing jacket around her figure. As she tried looking around, all she could see was a thick layer of fog that affected her senses. All she could tell was she was on a sloppy terrain. Bam. Huh. Who the... She was about to curse as her figure bumped into someone when she noticed who it was. You again. Teamy voiced with a look of shock. Dash, that's my line dweeb. How are you here too? She questioned. Don't tell me we somehow got linked again because of that? Teamy forehead scrunched. Yeah, it is the only explanation. Glade found herself agreeing with him. Humph. They both pouted before turning to face separate directions. We should get moving and at least gather something before Gustav Link. Teamy turned to the east and began walking forward, while Glade turned towards the west and performed the same action. Huh. They both paused at the same time before turning around. Where are you going? Bastard, I should be the one asking you that. Let's go this way. No, let's go this way, dummy. They both argued for a bit before playing a game and finally deciding to head south. You lost, Teamy voiced as they walked away. You too, idiot, Glade replied while her tail rose in frustration. Would it kill you to be more ladylike? Ladylike? What's that? Is it a training regimen? Facepalm, they both soon arrived outside the foggy area after traveling for a bit. Just as suspected, they had been on a sloppy terrain all this time. As they arrived outside the fog, they realized they had been walking down a frosted hill. At the bottom of the hill were buildings of sorts made from ice. However, there weren't just buildings up ahead, there were also people. Fuhu, both of them activated their bloodline at the same time, causing their bodies to emit reddish glows. You ready? Teamy questioned. Yeah. Glade eyes squinted upon response. Let's go. Atop what seemed like a frosted statue, a teenage-looking kid with dark curly hair could be spotted in a squatting format. He looked down upon a terrain filled with icy mountains. The frosted statue was shaped to resemble a bird with 4 massive wings. It was very large and seemed to be resting on a mountain top as well. This reminds me of there. The dark, curly-haired figure muttered. A green, dotted glow appeared on his forehead in the next instant, along with a familiar voice. Indeed, but the frosted medieval kingdom was a much pleasurable sight compared to this, Husarius' voice rang out. Bang, bang, boom. The sounds of collision rang out as a battle played out in the distance. Well, this is to be expected since they landed together in a location that happened to have eggs on display in the frost, Endrick voiced as he kept watching the battle between a couple of participants. Do you intend to take the eggs? Husarius questioned. I do. Once someone wins, Endrick replied. I hope you are aware that you are not the only one waiting, Husarius voiced. I am. In the end, it will be a matter of speed and timing. Endrick responded once more while his eyes darted across the vicinity. Bang! Talk about inconvenience! Ealdris mumbled as he slowly retracted his fist from the gut of a white spider-like creature. What a way to spawn, right? He replied from the side as snapped his finger. Thur! Bam! Thry! Bam! Thry! Bam! 6 vortexes opened above them, and creatures' boxy parts began to fall from them. Limbs, skull, teeth, internal organs, and the likes just kept raining down. You say it like it's a video game, Ealdris chuckled upon hearing ES' response. I'm saying, bro, there's no way these handlers niggas didn't play games from Earth. He voiced with an excited tone. Haha, that may be the case, but then we have to gather any color of eggs we can find before Gustav's Link, Ealdris reminded of the most important aspect after they had finished dealing with the creatures in the vicinity. Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool. Come. Chapter 1180 Acquiring 4 Eggs. Haha, that may be the case, but then we have to gather any color of eggs we can find before Gustav's Link, Ealdris reminded of the most important aspect after they had finished dealing with the creatures in the vicinity. Which way do we go from here? He asked as he looked around. All he could see was a long, flat terrain of frost. Nothing could be spotted in the vicinity for miles. I think this place is an original location on the real map of the fourth disc. Look at those markings! Eldris called attention to some engravings on the frosty ground a couple of feet south. I didn't check the map since Gustav said it would be switched, replied. He did, but he also said some locations might remain original. We just might have spawned in one of them, Eldris pointed out. So are we heading south? Questioned. No, we have to head north. We should find some lowlands in that direction, which increases our chances of coming into contact with eggs, Eldris clarified. Nodded, and they began to head forward after the agreement. This must be one of those points. Elevra stood before a 10-feet-tall machine with 7 spherical shaped slots on its surface. The machine had a hole atop it and was shaped to look similar to a funnel. Elevra happened to have spawned very close to this, which was a bit surprising to her. I need to gather some eggs first. She turned around while looking around. She noticed she was currently on an unknown ice summit, and right behind her were multiple holes on the icy mountain. Elevra stepped forward and stopped in front of one of the holes, which was large enough for 2 people to jump in. The hole looked like an icy slide that led somewhere within the mountain. This made Elevra intrigued. She turned around once more, observed the vicinity, and could only see white frosted mountains in the distance. Elevra stepped forward after her inspection, dropping straight into the icy hole. Her body slid down the icy opening as she found herself within a dimly lit space. Blue! Gustav squatted before a 3-feet-tall egg. He was within a dimly lit ice cave. All that could be seen in the vicinity were rough, icy walls, displaying the reflection of the environment along with rays of light from small spaces above. One could occasionally spot a cluster of icicles hanging from the cave ceiling, as well as spotting some of them on the ground in specific areas within the cave. I'll take this! Gustav picked up the bluish egg and tapped on his storage button. Zing, the egg disappeared, and he turned to the side to carry the rest of the colored eggs in the vicinity. In the next instant, and he began walking forward. Do you intend to use the colored egg for what I think you will? The system questioned. Most likely. Gustav replied as he continued stepping forward while inspecting the environment. He was well aware that eggs he took were not a part of the required eggs for creating a Viander egg, since they had a different color to what was expected. However, he had his reasons for acquiring it. Gustav's senses had already spread across the entire cave, so he knew the exact direction to head in so as to get more eggs. However, it would seem he wasn't the only one who was aware of where the eggs were located within the cave. Gustav could already see the figures ahead of him, heading in the same direction as he had in mind. The cave had multiple chambers and spaces. It was easy for a person to get lost here, since the paths below would lead to 3 separate areas at once, making it difficult for a person to pick which direction to head in. Gustav, on the other hand, had chosen the left, and right entrances to different chambers, and for the last one, he was supposed to go left, which would help him end up where another set of eggs were located. Just as expected, the trio ahead of him also went left. Gustav arrived a couple of feet away from the entrance to the next chamber and felt a presence awaken. I didn't sense that initially. Gustav's eyebrows creased as he moved towards the side and focused his perception in the direction of the presence. Paddock Jilaw Slabatu, Venri Labashaba Ori. The alien participants celebrated as they spotted the numerous eggs embedded in the northern part of the icy walls. They couldn't hide their excitement as they saw the eggs bore the required colors for making a Viander egg. Ukashiak Tehilavavi Labi Saju. Dash, let's get them out of the ice and mark this area so we can come back here. The participants with massive transparent wings flew towards the eggs embedded in the icy walls. Just as one of them placed their hands on an egg, a loud rumbling reverberated across the vicinity. Yoo-hoo-oo! It was accompanied by a mighty roar that caused the cave to tremble immensely. Ice fell from the ceiling area as the ground split open in some areas. The participants were alarmed, but before they could react, a massive furry head phased out of the ground and instantly ripped off one of them left arm. Cool! The participant screamed in pain as green blood poured out of where his arm was initially situated. He had been lucky enough to get the help of one of his teammates who flew with speed and dragged him away in time, or his entire existence would have been swallowed up. Thwish, GBBLLLBBLL, as the cave rumbled intensely, the presence that had been hidden underneath the ground floor of the cave bursted forth with part of its body still hidden in the ice. The entire place turned foggy in a matter of moments as the participants tried to leave a small distance between themselves and the creature. It looked like a snake and a dragon without wings all at the same time, but happened to be very massive and whitish. It looked like it was made out of frost. One of the participants flapped their wings intensely, causing the fog to suddenly clear. However, the instant they did, they noticed the face of the creature was already right in front of them. Fwai! Fortunately, his figure blurred as the face of the creature flew past him while he appeared up to 100 feet higher than his initial position. Bang! The creature slammed into another ice wall behind, which just happened to be very close to where Gustav was hiding. Chunks of ice blasted across the vicinity as the walls came crumbling down. The entrance to the chamber became wider as well, revealing the presence of the person behind it. Huh. Hoo-hoo. Huh. The participants, as well as the massive creature, paused as they spotted Gustav with an unknown round floating object beside him, which happened to be emitting a mysterious glow. What made them pause wasn't his presence or the presence of the glowing object floating beside him. What made them pause in their tracks was the blue egg in his grasp, which turned into a violet-colored egg right before their very eyes. As their eyes darted towards the ice wall on the other end, where the eggs with the required colors were embedded, they noticed some of them had been replaced with a different color. The blue egg Gustav was holding on to a moment ago was right in the space where a violet-colored egg was initially, and now the violet-colored egg was in Gustav's grasp. Hi, Gustav voiced with an innocent tone as the egg disappeared into his storage button. Yoo-hoo! The creature roared with intensity as it charged at Gustav. Get him! The participants yelled as well. Bye, Gustav said as he looked upwards. Lightning Blitz has been activated. Threa! His figure suddenly turned into a lightning streak as he blasted straight through the ceiling and disappeared into the sky in an instant. The creature missed Gustav by a few inches, causing it to roar more in anger. However, he was long gone. It turned around after noticing the approach of the participants and lunged at them angrily. Gustav had left them to take the full brunt of his actions, which had triggered the snake-like creature to get even angrier. Fwai! Gustav's figure began to fall from the sky once more after reaching a certain height. His figure had already repeatedly blasted through some floating ice on his way up. He had to cancel Lightning Blitz. In the next moment, he activated it, but he already crossed more than 100,000 feet height before he could. Gustav turned towards the south. I've gotten 4 eggs now, but I can't go back to that cave since what it has left are a repetition of the same colors of eggs. Follow current novels on Top Novelful. Come. Chapter 1181. Gustav turned towards the south. I've gotten 4 eggs now, but I can't go back to that cave since what it has left are a repetition of the same colors of eggs. Best to head this way, he decided as wings sprouted out of his back. Fwai! He flew off into the distance in the next instant, leaving a whitish hue across the sky due to his speed. Shit! Why are these idiots after me? Finks cursed as she sped across the surface of a frozen-in and unknown location within the 4th disk. Finks found herself running from a duo who wouldn't stop chasing her. The duo had white heads and transparent skins. They were obviously participants, and not the dangerous beasts that were said to lurk on the 4th disk. Finks, who had this moment, had her natural look, was finding it difficult to escape them. Stop running, Earthling. One of them yelled and created multiple icy hurricanes up ahead. Finks, who was aiming for a particular cave up ahead, had to change direction due to the incoming hurricanes. Massive icicles began to get pulled into the hurricane and started getting flipped out like arrows getting fired off a bow. Finks wasn't very fast, but she wasn't too slow either, and managed to evade the icicles shooting from the hurricanes in her direction. Bang! 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 She managed to evade the sixth one by a hairbreadth, which gave her a small bruise on her left arm as it shot past her and stabbed into the icy surface behind. It seemed as though the duo in pursuit could manipulate the hurricanes easily to their utmost desire even after it had been formed. Finks kept running after changing directions and finally came across another icy cave entry. She managed to get through it this time, and both participants also abandoned the surface to infiltrate the cave entrance as well. Close to a minute later, they came across another duo who were also participants, but from a different planet. They had reptile-like head with purple mohawk growing out the middle of their head. Both participants looked no different from each other. Finks was nowhere to be found. "Did you see anyone pass by here?" They questioned the duo, one of which happened to be leaning on the other for support. "They went this way," the one holding up the other participant voiced. One of the other two, who had been chasing Finks, spotted a small drop of blood running down the neck of the participant Joe, was leaning on the other. However, they didn't make much of it and headed in the direction this participant pointed them in. Phew, the participant, who was supporting the other, heaved a sigh of relief after the other two left. They slowly helped the one who was leaning for support down. "I apologize for this." A familiar voice was heard from the participant mouth. They turned around at this point and headed out of the cave. "I need to gather eggs." In a flash, 3 days had gone by, and during this time, the participants had been trying their best to acquire eggs. Some had already acquired different colors of eggs already, but it was unknown how many had managed to form a Viander eggs. There were a lot of issues ranging from acquiring eggs to finding the ones with the required colors. During the briefing with Handler 1, he already mentioned that there would be other colors of eggs that weren't amongst the Viander required eggs, and that these eggs bore no importance. It was also possible to acquire a color of egg that was awfully close to that of the required egg, which was another reason the participants had to be careful. Handler 1 had also mentioned that the eggs could mostly be found underground, but what he hadn't mentioned was the repetition of colors. It was impossible to find all of the eggs with the required colors in a single place. There could be tens of eggs with the same color, which made it even more difficult to acquire a complete set required for creating a Viander egg. Fights would occasionally break out in different areas due to groups or individuals spitting another color of egg they hadn't acquired at the same time an opposing participant also spotted it. The Earth participants were still waiting for Gustav's link, but as agreed earlier on, they were gathering as many eggs as they could in the meantime. They had dimensional storage buttons like Gustav did, so storing the eggs they had acquired wasn't an issue. They could take as many as they wanted. Gustav hadn't picked a designated point for everyone to meet up at first, because he wanted to acquire a full set of color variety necessary for creating a Viander egg. So far, he had only gotten 4 colors. Dark red, neon orange, and blood, and nuon blue, of course, was useless, but these were the current 4 colors he had in his possession. He had more than 4 eggs in total, but the rest were replications of the same colors. He had visited more caves in the last few days, but without any luck. Gustav felt the frosty caves within a particular radius most likely had the same color variations. Due to this, Thogd had decided to distance himself more from where he had managed to acquire his first eggs. After continuous flight throughout the last night, Gustav could sense another flaming area in the distance. His mind instantly reeled back to when he found one in front of the first cave he visited. Could it be? Gustav's mind formed a myriad of possibilities as he closed in on the source of the flames. Fwayai, he arrived there moments later and landed on a plain, icy ground. Bam! Rho Alpha D Alpha and nuon heat spreading from the flames were proof that it was authentic, but there was no logic behind how the leaves and branches were not affected in the slightest bit. However, The wonders of this tree didn't draw Gustav's attention as much as the cave that happened to be a couple feet ahead. Just like the last cave he got into, this one also happened to have a flaming but unaffected tree mounted right in front. Gustav had suspicions and speculations running through his mind at this point, but he wasted no time before heading into the cave which led him underground. Fusash, he sped through the chambers, inspecting them one after the other. Minutes later, Gustav was back outside the cave entrance with a look of contemplation on his face. Since it's looted already, you might as well just check the others around, the system voiced in his mind. Yeah, but to prove my current speculation, I would need to find another one like this. If I manage to find new colors within the ones around here, Gustav voiced out loud. I guess. Can you sense it? The system questioned. Sense what? Gustav inquired. I guess not. The system voiced in response. Sense what? Gustav asked once more. Just keep going. The system refused to elaborate. Gustav decided not to ask anymore, knowing the system wouldn't spill, but he already had an idea of what the system was referring to. In his mind, he WSS 99% sure he was correct. Fwai, his figure blurred as he leapt into the sky. Boom! The ice caved in at his initial location as a ripple of frost blasted in every direction. Fuhom, his body traveled across a distance of more than 50,000 feet before he began to descend. Frosted rocks could be seen scattered across the vicinity as his figure descended. Bam! He landed at the top of an icy rock few moments later and happened to witness a battle ongoing between a couple of participants. Bang! 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 Attacks were being hurled left, right, and center as the participants battled for reasons which obviously pertained to the eggs. Chunks of ice blasted across the vicinity, and the ground caved in multiple areas as powerful attacks collided. Gustav wasn't interested in their fight and didn't intend to be dragged in, so he spread his senses across the vicinity even more, infiltrating the caves around. Unsurprisingly, there were other participants underground, and he also found out that all the caves around here connected to each other. God Eyes has been activated. His sight phased through the layers of thick ice and arrived underground, giving him a clear view of the chambers. Just like the initial cave he checked before coming here, he could see holes in the icy underground walls. These holes were the same size as the eggs, which depicted a single thing. The caves had been looted. Gustav heaved a sigh of disappointment after the discovery and was about leaving when he thought of something. Chapter 1182. It's probably dead. Gustav heaved a sigh of disappointment after the discovery and was about leaving when he thought of something. When did I become so nice that I'm willing to stay out of trouble instead of getting the job done? He wondered as he turned to stare at the 8 participants up ahead who were battling. He was well aware that they were fighting because of the eggs, what was left of them from the caves in this area, which meant he could get it from them, but for some reason he had been wanting to stay out of trouble. In changing, Gustav was self-aware, however he knew that this wasn't the time for any self-reflection. God Eyes has been activated. He activated God Eyes once more and glanced in the direction of the battle. There were 7 participants in total who were battling each other. 2 were the same species, while the remaining 5 were different species. Gustav recognized every single one of them and immediately identified the different planets they represented. The 2 who were teammates weren't getting the upper hand despite there being 2 of them. One of them also happened to be holding onto an egg as they tried dealing with the attacks. It was no surprise that we other 5 were doing attacking in unison to get the egg from the 2 teammates, so in the meantime they weren't enemies to each other. The battle wouldn't end if they managed to get the egg from the 2. Gustav squatted in place and extended his index and thumb fingers a few centimeters away from his face. He proceeded to join the tips of the right and left index and thumb fingers together before staring through the space formed like it was a scope. Shutting his right eye, Gustav focused his sight on the egg, which was in the possession of the participant that had just successfully escaped another attack. Despite the battle happening more than 4,000 feet away, Gustav's sight was on the egg like it was just inches away from his eyes. "SJ, get it," Gustav commanded. Zing, the sacred jewel appeared in the next instant, and along with it was the appearance of a blue egg. After the blue egg and the sacred jewel appeared, the sacred jewel emitted a bright glow, causing the egg to float in mid-air. Ting, the egg flashed with a blue light, and the color changed in the next instant to a violet-colored egg. The participant, who was holding onto a violet-colored egg while trying to escape the onslaught of the other attackers, hadn't noticed the change in color of the egg in their grasp. Gustav grabbed the violet-colored egg right in front of him and smirked. For eggs acquired, just as Gustav was about to keep the violet-colored egg away, the participants up ahead took notice of the color change. "Hold on. It's blue." Two of them who were initially about to attack earlier paused while pointing this out. "What?" The participant who was holding onto the egg raised it with a shocked look as the middle of his head turned red. "Who did this?" Fire blazed from the middle of his head as he yelled. Both himself and his teammates stared at the five before them with looks of anguish. "It couldn't have been us. We were right here," one of the five voiced out. Their faces calmed a bit as they realized that the participant was right, but this left them with more confusion. "I saw a flash of light in that direction, and when I stared at the egg, I noticed it had changed color. I saw the flash of light, too, from the top of that ice rock," two out of the five participants pointed out, and everyone turned to stare in Gustav's direction. "There's someone there. He has the egg." A participant among them who had the ability to allos view things from a long distance noticed the egg before Gustav kept it in his storage button. "Get him!" They yelled out as they leapt into the air and sped in Gustav's direction. Zing! At this point, Gustav had already kept the egg in his storage button when he noticed the participants headed for him. "They caught on quite quickly," he muttered while standing to his feet. Attacks were already formulating and being thrown forward, but before any of them could close in on Gustav. "Bye," he waved at the oncoming participants as he activated an ability. Lightning Blitz has been activated. Right before their very eyes, Gustav's body dematerialized and turned into a lightning streak. Threera, the blue streak, phased past them with intense speed, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Boom! 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 Flames, energy strikes, and all sorts of attacks landed atop the rock after Gustav disappeared, causing it to come crashing down. Frost scattered in every direction after the bombardment of attacks, but Gustav was already long gone. "Let's chase him," one of them suggested with a look of dissatisfaction. "No point. Whatever running technique he used just now is just as fast as teleportation. We won't be able to catch him," another participant voiced. "I saw who it was. It was the captain of Earth, Gustav Crimson," one of them revealed. "Him? What a sneaky coward." Another one yelled. "I'll make sure to pay him back for this." "Dash! Let's just look for another one." Gustav soon arrived in another location that was no less than 200,000 feet away from the initial. He landed within an area that just so happened to have nothing but plain icelands for a long stretch. "This is still a part of that territory. I need to move further away." Gustav happened to recall something at this moment. The third daily task was to defeat a frost Riken. Gustav stared at the sky. The skies looked gloomy as usual, so one couldn't tell the time, neither could they tell if it was day or night. Despite its dimness, it still emitted a little bit of light that never increased or decreased. The day is ending already. Although one couldn't associate day and night with the way time operated within the fourth disc, Gustav was able to tell that the third day was nearly over. This also meant he would fail his daily task if he didn't battle with a frost Riken and win. "So now I gotta head back," Gustav muttered as he noticed he couldn't find any icy rock or cave in the vicinity. He couldn't start looking for another icy rock and cave since he didn't know the terrain or have a map with him. This was why he decided to head back to the one he had already been to. Gustav proceeded to tap on his left wrist. Truayan, the dimensional bracelet strapped to his wrist, appeared. displaying checkpoint areas. Gustav chose one. He recently made a checkpoint, and a computerized voice could be heard next. 3. 2. 1. Zing, a flash of blue light encapsulated Gustav's figure, and he disappeared in the next moment. He reappeared before a massive flaming white tree in the next instant. A couple of feet away was the entrance to a familiar-looking icy cave. This was the same cave Gustav had first infiltrated to get his first 3 eggs. Fortunately for him, he planted a checkpoint here before he went into the cave. He also planted a checkpoint before the second flaming tree he came across for reasons known to him. He had also decided he would plant another checkpoint if he was to find a flaming tree like this one in another location. Gustav wasted no time before walking into the cave. Twush, with his speed, he soon arrived in front of the same chamber where the 2 participants he first met were battling with a creature that suddenly phased out of the cave ground. That creature happened to be a Frostriken. Gustav wouldn't have known this if the system didn't announce its identity the moment it phased out of the ground 3 days back. Gustav could see that the place still looked roughened up with chunks of ice forming a small hill at a corner and a massive hole in one of the walls. Some eggs were still embedded in the northern walls, but these eggs were colors Gustav already possessed, so he didn't need them. However, he had to provoke the creature to show up, so... Fwish, Gustav sped forward and arrived before one of the eggs. He grabbed hold of it and pulled it out of its hole, expecting the creature to appear. The place was as silent as a graveyard, even after more than 30 seconds had gone by. Gustav had a look of confusion as he jumped up a little and pulled another egg out of the wall. However, even after many seconds had gone by their WSS, no form of disturbance, neither did he sense any presence. "It's probably dead, or maybe it left," the system said internally. "Thanks, Captain Obvious. Follow current novels on topnovelful.com. Chapter 1183. Let's go after his teammates. It's probably dead, or maybe it left, the system said internally. Thanks, Captain Obvious. You're welcome, Dumbo, the system replied. Gustav ignored the system and looked around the place properly. There was more destruction in view compared to the time he was here. This was to be expected since Gustav fled, leaving the other 2 participants to face the fury of the Frostriken. Did they manage to slay it? Gustav felt this was unlikely since one of them got seriously injured and there was no corpse nearby. He decided not to overthink it and crouched for a moment before leaping upwards. Then his figure blasted through the ceiling of the frost cave and arrived above the surface in the next moment. I need to find another one, Gustav muttered while looking around. There were more caves in the vicinity, so all Gustav did was spread his senses outwards to infiltrate the underground areas of the caves, so he could inspect if there were any more signs of battles within THR-1's around. Gustav sped forward in the next instant, crossing a long terrain of icy mountains and leaping across thousands of feet. In a couple of moments, he arrived before another cave and quickly went in. Few seconds later, a repeat of what happened in the other cave played out again. Gustav was back on the surface, as he couldn't find a Frostriken. He searched more for them, and after an hour of searching all across, notifications popped up in his line of sight. Daily task 3 incomplete. 30 minutes left. The notification was a reminder of how much time he had left before he would be deemed by the system to have failed the daily task. Gustav knew there was no time to waste as he leapt into the air and bat-like wings sprouted out of his back. Fwai! He sped across the air with immense speed as he activated hover as well, merging them. Gustav perception Kate wind of another cave a couple of minutes later, and he quickly swooped down with intensity. Bang! 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 The sounds of battle coming from below was ignored by Gustav as he figured down and blasted through the surface of the ground. Boom! The instant Gustav blasted through, he landed on the massive head of a whitish creature resembling a snake. The force pushed the creature down, causing it to slam its jaw into the ground. Fuhom, chunks of ice blasted across the vicinity along with winds carrying a lot of fog. Dasha? Dasha? The other alien life forms within the cave were confounded as they witnessed this. The icy ground above had shattered, displaying the interior of the cave where the battle was ongoing before Gustav's entry. It just so happened that the other 4 participants in the vicinity had been fighting this creature together. Waya! The frost Riken roared as it lifted its neck forcefully, flinging Gustav off its head. Fwy, Gustav did a flip as his body traveled backwards and landed on the icy wall at the end of the cave, before pushing himself forward with his legs. Bang! The wall instantly came, crumbling down from the force as Gustav's body propelled forward at an insane speed while he activated another ability. Atomic manipulation has been activated. A 15 feet long, milky-colored blade made of light particles appeared in his grasp as he swung forward with force. The frost Riken opened its mouth, revealing a set of teeth that looked like massive icicles, and in the next instant, a storm of ice shot out of its mouth. Fuhum, the entire cave turned into a location of extreme weather condition as cold winds, mixed with hail and snow, spread across the place. Swyish, swyish, a milky light slashed through the disturbance, repeatedly as a silhouette phased through with extreme speed, arriving before the mouth of the creature. Gustav swung the atomic blade upwards as he arrived underneath the chin area of the creature. Bang! The frost Riken whole body was sent flying upwards upon contact, causing it to blast through the ceiling of the cave, which already had a hole due to Gustav's appearance initially. Its whole serpentine-like body with icicles for a crown, swept out from underneath the icy ground and elevated into the air as it screeched in pain. Gustav felt the atomic blade didn't manage to so much damage due to the sturdy body of the creature. The force of the swing only managed to blast the creature into the air, but didn't do enough damage. Thump! Gustav leapt into the air through the larger hole that the creature's body had created, leaving the other participants in the cave with looks of confusion. Bang! 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 The sound of more collisions rang out as Gustav assaulted the frost Riken with a barrage of attacks. It couldn't move very fast in the air after getting separate from the ice below, so Gustav was able to easily catch up with it. Another cry was heard in a few seconds after Gustav cleaved a part of its crown off with the atomic blade. There's no time. I need to end this as soon as possible, Gustav thought as he realized that only a few minutes were left. The frost Riken was currently flying upwards in the direction of the floating ice platforms in the sky. Fire has always been effective against ice. Gustav's body suddenly lit up with blue flames. The atomic blade in his grasp disappeared. He joined his palms together as the flames around his figure began to build up. The sway force should help make this even more destructive. As this thought appeared in Gustav's mind, he began to separate his palm, and a blazing circle that looked like a mixture of multiple colored flames could be seen. While it increased in size, the frost Riken arrived before the massive ice floating platforms and hurled them downwards at Gustav. In the next instant, Gustav slammed his palms together, causing the multiple colored flames within to disappear. The frost Riken, who was more than 500 feet above, suddenly felt a rush of hotness from within. As it looked down, a glow could be seen on its belly. As it clawed at its belly in fear and confusion, the glow increased, and it could tell that it was coming from within. In the next instant, a raging flame tore out of its belly and spread to its body. At this same instant, Gustav moved. Thwish, his body blasted through the multiple icy platforms, hurling downwards, as the atomic blade appeared in his grasp once more. Fwyi, he swung upwards, separating the frost Riken's head from the rest of its body in mid-air. You have killed a level 3 frost Riken. A notification popped up in his line of sight afterwards, and he heaved a sigh of relief. If he was a minuter later, he would have failed the daily task. The blazing body of the frost Riken landed on the ground, right before the participants who were battling it earlier. They stared at it and then looked upwards with their still confused faces. Did he do this to help us? One of them wondered out loud. However, Gustav was already long gone at this time, so he had no idea what they were thinking. He just needed to kill a Frostrike, and now that the objective had been completed, he was going in search of another. In another part of the fourth disc, a dark figure wore a cloak and wraps of cloth covering his entire crouched atop a floating frosted cloud. Clunk, an ice-cracking sound rang out as he stabbed his wrapped-up fingers into a part of the ice and pulled out a dark, colored egg. Without saying a word, he stood to his feet with the massive, 3 feet tall egg in his grasp. A wave of darkness began to spread from his being all of a sudden, and thread, like darkness, phased out of his belly area. The threads of darkness wrapped around the egg in the next instant and pulled it into the dark figure. The egg disappeared like it was swallowed up by this dark being. Fwaiai. He proceeded to leap off the floating frosted cloud and landed in the middle of a frozen lineup of trees region. He began walking forward and soon heard voices coming from up ahead. We should have caught up to him by now, but he keeps moving. If he slows down, we should get to him in 4 days. But that is very unlikely. If we keep focusing on him, we won't get any eggs till the challenge ends. We need to think of another plan. Their voices drifted into his hearing, and the translator he had on, like every other participant, interpreted their alien language. He spotted the source of the voices as he moved further ahead. They were a trio with transparent skins and whitish heads. He could already tell which planet they represented, but it was none of his business. The figure continued on his way, forward passing by silently as their voices slowly grew distant. Let's go after his teammates instead. Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool. Come. Chapter 1180. 4 Young Adventure. The figure continued on his way, forward passing by silently as their voices slowly grew distant. Let's go after his teammates instead. In another part of the fourth disc, a figure could be seen speeding across the air with a crowd pursuing from behind. The figure was a young earthling with curly black hair and a green, dotted glow continuously bleeping on his forehead. Use blink to lose them, Husaria suggested. The Vatraint is restricting my use of space abilities, Endrick complained as he kept flying across the air on an invisible platform. Thwaiwe, a pillar of green light shot past him as he quickly swerved towards the left to dodge it. This wasn't the only attack headed in his direction from behind, as multiple others were shot at him. Thwaiwe, 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 red bolts of energy, dark arcs, icicles, wind blades, electric charges. The crowd that numbered around 20 didn't stop hurling attacks at Endrick, who did his best to escape most of them and counter the ones he couldn't dodge. It'll trap him. One of them voiced from behind. A spherical-shaped net, like glow, suddenly shot forward with intensity from behind once more as its blue lines gleamed intensely. Endrick swerved to dodge it as well, but it suddenly increased in size, and Endrick found himself phasing through one of the massive net-like holes. The moment he was within the massive spherical net, he suddenly felt weakened. Endrick's eyebrows furrowed as he noticed the spherical net suddenly start to shrink the moment he found himself within it. Fwaiai! He tried speeding forward, so he could go through one of the holes in the net before it could shrink to a point where he wouldn't fit. Bam! Endrick's figure got blasted back into the entrapment the moment he arrived before a hole. It was like the massive holes in the net had barriers around them, preventing him from leaving. This is not good. The more it shrinks, the more I weaken, Endrick voiced as he sent forth a wave of telekinetic energy to prevent the entrapment from shrinking further. A Drifferlock must be responsible for this. They make the greatest traps with their abilities, Husarius voiced. I can't afford to be caught, Endrick stated. It'll take care of the Drifferlock. Prepare to use Blink, Husarius voiced as the green crystal phased out of Endrick's forehead. The crystal floated towards one of the holes in the net behind and phased through easily. Within the crowd of 20 chasing from behind, The green crystal floated towards one of the figures who had squid, like tentacles for arms, and orange-colored, triangular head. They hadn't noticed the crystal on time as it flew speedily in a beeline, arriving before the Drufferlock in a jiffy. Tiankai, an immensely bright green flash, suddenly spread from the sistel, blinding everyone's sight for a split second. In that split second, the crystal transformed into a greenish humanoid figure, which sent a punch hurling at the face of the Drufferlock. Bang! The air shook as the Drufferlock, who was initially flaying its squid like tentacles to control the entrapment, got sent flying backward. It immediately lost control of the glowing spherical net, which disappeared in the next instant. Fwyish, Endrick sped forward intensely, the moment he felt his strength return. Husarius hurried towards him after blinding everyone momentarily and phased back into his forehead. Blink! Zing, his figure disappeared amidst a small fluorescent flash in the next moment. Dash, he's gone! Ah! Dash, damn it! The figures behind cursed and let out voices of disappointment after Endrick managed to escape. Dash, maybe the Vatrains are in partnership with him. Dash, those lowlives! They must have betrayed us and let the Earthling use spatial abilities. Dash, we didn't, you fools! Dash, we got blinded just like everyone else and lost sight of him. Dash, the Drufferlock, let him go! Dash, these motherless creatures! How can you blame us for failing to catch him? A battle soon ensued within the group as they blamed one another for failing to catch Endrick. Blink! Endrick blinked again and appeared hundreds of thousands of feet from his initial location. We should have gone far enough, Husarius spoke. Endrick began floating upwards at this point till he arrived before a floating frosted cloud. He floated forward and stood atop it. Looks like tailing them all this time paid off. Endrick heaved a sigh of relief as he sat. Did you really take everything? Husarius questioned. I did. I met all the conditions for taking them out of their hands, so the ability worked fine, Endrick replied. That's up to 32 eggs. Husarius inquired. With the addition of the 2 I initially acquired, 35. Maybe I shouldn't have intercepted them till they made use of a designated point, Endrick muttered. No, this was the best option. They are of different planetary groups, so they wouldn't have headed to the same designated points, since they most likely don't trust each other, Husarius disagreed. You're right. I should distance myself more from here in the meantime, till Big Brother sends the link, Endrick muttered. Young adventurer, we thank you for protecting our town. Here is our token of appreciation for your humble deed. Within what looked like a town square with multiple icy buildings in view, a figure that looked like one of the handlers could be seen passing an orange-colored egg to a beautiful-looking figure with a purplish head tie covering her forehead. The figure nodded while accepting the egg before tapping on a button behind her left ear. Zing, the egg disappeared in the next instant, and she turned around to leave while the others in the vicinity, ranging from children to adults, clapped for her. Elevra soon found herself outside the icy town, and when she turned around, a mist suddenly enveloped its entirety, and it disappeared. The tasks might not be very difficult, but they are very time-taking, Elevra mumbled as she turned back around. 3 eggs acquired in 6 days seems a bit slow. Should I try searching for other towns like this to complete tasks, or should I search for possible locations where eggs are stored? Elevra paused as she stared in every direction. What had just happened a while ago was amongst the things Handler one mentioned. Besides searching for eggs underground, one could look for these misty towns with icy buildings and receive a task from the town chief. Once this task was completed, under the conditions that no native was harmed, the chief would pass an egg to the person who completed the task. Elevra had found 3 different towns in the last 6 days, completed the tasks given, and acquired 3 eggs so far. She only felt it was too time-taking and was contemplating on finding a different means of acquiring the eggs. Fwishwish, her eyes suddenly widened as she stepped towards the left speedily. escaping a red beam that shot from behind her. Boom! The red beam slammed into a frosted mountain up ahead, ripping a massive hole straight through its center as it came crumbling down in the next moment. Elevra turned around at this point, spotting the source of the attack. "I won't miss next time, so I suggest you hand over the eggs you have acquired." The voice of a cone-shaped being with humanoid hands and a head-sized hole in its chest rang out. An Oxlakik. Elevra instantly identified the alien, who also happened to be a participant. "Why don't you come and take it?" "If you can." Elevra's eyes dropped as her body began to emit intense purplish fog like energy. "Looks like I will have to encourage you forcefully to relinquish them, and you will sorely come to regret it." The hole in the Oxlakik chest suddenly gleamed intensely with a deadly red glow. Thyain, a destructive red beam shot forth from it, causing the air to tremble as it arrived before Elevra. "Fwaiai!" Elevra instantly leapt into the air, dodging the beam which ripped straight through another icy mountain up ahead, causing its collapse. Fwash, her figure sped forward the instant she escaped the attack, leaving a trail of purple along the air. Swai arriving behind the Oxlakik. Her palm swung down intensely, but before it made contact with the participant, a hole appeared on its back. Thyanin, another destructive red beam, shot out from the back of the Oxlakik, hitting Elevra at point-blank range. Boom! Fool! The Oxlakik metallic voice rang out after the destructive beam hit, but in the next instant, its one eye widened. Shish! As the beam thinned out, Elevra could be seen floating in mid-air behind the Oxlakik, unscatched. The purplish aura her figure emitted slowly reduced in intensity. "Howdy!" Bang! Elevra fist slammed into his back before he could completely utter a word, sending powerful shockwaves across the vicinity as the Oxlakik body was sent hurling across the air. Is that a designated point? Gustav wondered out loud as he ascended a frosted mountain. Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool. Come. Chapter 1185. Is that a designated point? Gustav wondered out loud as he ascended a frosted mountain. There was nothing in view besides the frozen mountain top and other mountains in the vicinity. However, due to Gustav's perception, which traveled far beyond his current position, he was already picking up on something up ahead. The instant he arrived at the summit of this mountaintop, a space in between four mountains positioned on the north, south, east, and west respectively could be spotted. A 10-feet-tall machine shaped like an upside-down funnel with a hole at the top could be spotted in the space. Upon closer look, one could see 7 spherical-shaped slots on its surface as well, and these slots were each the size of an egg. Gustav stood in place for a bit, scouting the vicinity for any other participants that may be around before leaping forward. As Gustav's body sped across the air towards the designated point, his right arm transformed. Drick, tusk-like horns protruded from his forearm as his entire arm turned reddish and bulged intensely, becoming muscular. Gustav swung his fist downwards as he descended. Boom! The icy ground caved in, sending a powerful charge across the vicinity as Gustav's fist collided with it. Kaya! Ah! Loud screams rang out in the next instant as frost and ice particles blasted across the place. The 4 frosted mountains on the sides quake intensely as parts of them came crumbling down. As the fog died down, a massive crater could be seen in the space between the mountains, but surprisingly the machine at the designated point remained unaffected. Roalfa Dialpha, na Gustav's figure floated right beside it. He stared down at the bottom of the crater, where 2 figures with massive 3-feet-long horns protruding from the middle of their scalp could be spotted. Gravitational manipulation has been activated. A powerful gravitational force suddenly descended upon the place, pinning both figures to the bottom of the 300-feet-deep crater before they could make any move. Blood could be seen spilling out of their mouths and eyes, but Gustav didn't stop. Instead, he increased the gravitational force by a notch, causing bone cracking sounds to ring out. Stiap, Piel, Ix, both participants tried to speak, but Gustav's eyes remained unsympathetic as he stretched his hand downwards. Thais! More cracks appeared at the bottom of the crater, burying the figures of these two aliens deeper within. In the next few seconds, they had both stopped struggling. Gustav's expression eased up as he confirmed that they had truly passed out. He deactivated gravitational manipulation and hover in the next instant. Bam! His figure landed before them both, and he stared at their unconscious bodies. Fortunately, you took them out before they could activate their abilities, the system voiced in Gustav's mind. Yeah, the Hykstoses are really something when they're given the chance to use their strength, Gustav sighed in relief as he crouched before them. The two who were right in front of him were representatives of planet Hyksos, a species Gustav considered formidable. They had been lying in wait for anyone or group that would arrive at this designated point to turn in eggs. Unfortunately for them, Gustav had spotted them at the same time he picked up on the machine in the designated point. Gustav grabbed both their horns after tampering with his dimensional bracelet. Zainin, in the next few seconds, a bright blue light encapsulated both their figures, and they vanished. Gustav stood to his feet once more after successfully sending them away. Partial collapsal transformation has been activated. Gustav's skin turned greenish as he bloated a little. Thump! He stamped his left foot on the ground, and in the next instant, icicle-like spikes began protruding from the edges of the crater. These spikes were so densely merged as they shot out of the ground that there was barely any space left between them. A wall was soon formed, and from a wall the Iro silk continued to grow higher and curve till the entire vicinity was covered like a cage. The designated point had now been barricaded from the outside by Gustav. Hover has been activated. Gustav floated upwards, arriving before the 10-feet-tall machine that was suspended in the air. It's been almost 7 days since the Viander Egg Challenge began. It's time I called them here, Gustav muttered as he stared at the machine. God Eyes has been activated. Life Signs tracking has been activated. Gustav shut his eyes at this point. Black small square, black small square, black small square, black small square, row alpha d alpha and nuam _/r. Multiple life signs began to appear in Gustav's mind, which he picked out one after the other. Once they were up to 20, Gustav opened his eyes once again. SJ, he mumbled. Zing, the sacred jewel, appeared beside him in the next instant, and Gustav didn't need to utter another word before it understood what it needed to do. Zin, the sacred jewel, emitted a bright fluorescent light from its surface. Gustav felt a stream of energy flow into his being as he connected with the sacred jewel, and his mind split into 21 different sections. While his eyes were open, Gustav could see 21 different locations all at the same time. It worked, Gustav muttered as he observed 20 out of the 20 locations, since one of them was his current location. Guys, can you hear me? Gustav voiced. It's difficult fighting with this thing lodged in my shoulder, but I guess I'll survive, Timmy voiced as he kicked the massive white head of a creature away. Quite whining. It's your fault you got injured in the first place, Glade responded without a shred of sympathy. I should have let it hit you, Timmy stated in regret as he watched Glade pull a neon-colored egg from the ice. Yeah, just don't pull it out so we don't get blown to smithereens, Glade voiced before keeping the egg in her storage button. That belongs to us Earthlings, a loud voice drew their attention as they quickly turned towards the east. No, it doesn't. We got here first, Glade stated. Zionsis, Timmy muttered. Hand it over, Earthlings. The 3 transparent skinned figures with whitish heads approached them while coming out of a cave up ahead. It is. Don't bother. Timmy stopped Glade before she could speak. Do they look like they want a reason to you? The only way out of this is to fight, Timmy voiced as his entire figure was suddenly engulfed in a reddish glow. Glade's expression turned serious as her figure glowed up like Timmy's. Dash, what is this? Matching pajamas? Dash ha ha ha. You earthlings are too cocky for your own good. All three Zionsis charged forward in the next instant. The first one swirled like a raging tornado, forming a scarlet storm in an instant, while the other two that followed behind caused the grounds on the side to decay and cave in. They manipulate nature. Be careful, Teamy voiced. I know. Before Glade could complete her sentence, a giant thorny vine phased out of the icy ground behind her and wrapped around her figure. Fwaiwai, it flung raised her entire figure upwards in the next instant before slamming her into a mountain hundreds of feet away. Bang! At this same instant, Team had leaped away from the isolated icy platform he was standing on, which only had caved in grounds around. Fwai! As his figure traveled across the air towards one of the Zionsis, the raging scarlet tornado suddenly increased in size and began pulling him in. I might need something bigger, Teamy muttered as the reddish glow surrounding his figure increased intensely. Fuhum, a gaunt reddish figure, was formed around him, increasing his size by 10 times as he flew into the scarlet tornado with a massive red club forming in his grasp. In the next instant, a loud blast reverberated across the vicinity, and with it came a painful cry. Arf! A figure was sent flying out of the scarlet tornado, which cleared up in the next couple of moments, revealing Teamy within. Bang! At the same instant, Teamy landed on his feet with his massive reddish figure encapsulating beam. 2 robust vines shot towards him from the sides. The club disappeared as Teamy stretched both his arms out and caught the vines, but once he did, the third Zionsis had conjured up gigantic hails which began descending upon his figure from above. Fwaiwai, a red axe suddenly cut through the air from behind, cleaving both vines in half and freeing Teamy. The instant Teamy was free, he leapt backwards, dodging some gigantic hails that landed on his initial spot. Bang! 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 Glade figure suddenly shot forward from the mountain, which was hundreds of feet away, with glowing red eyes and armor surrounding her figure. Thyanen, a reddish castle, materialized from nothing. Above, one of the Zionsis and Glade landed atop it with force, causing it to descend powerfully. Boom! Chapter 1186, Show off Thyanen. A reddish castle materialized from nothing above. One of the Zionsis and Glade landed atop it with force, causing it to descend powerfully. Boom! Shock waves spread across the vicinity upon delivering this destructive blow, which caused the icy grounds to crack and give way once more. Fwai! Fwai! Teamy was busy dodging the descent of the gigantic hails when he suddenly leapt into the air and kicked one in the direction of the Zionsi chasing him. Bang! Guys, can you hear me? Glade and Teamy suddenly froze as they heard a familiar voice in their minds. Gustav! They yelled out at the same time. Glade, Teamy, you two seem to be in a pinch. Do you need help? Gustav questioned. Nah, we'll take care of these clowns in a few, Teamy replied. Immediately after Teamy finished saying that, the entire Iceland vicinity began to quake intensely. The whole environment turned dark as storms gathered intensely and heavy winds whooshed. Karar-waisi chach-chach. Icicles began to appear from the ground, and tornadoes formed very quickly as massive ball-like flames appeared in the skies as well. Up ahead, one of the Zionsis could be spotted stretching forth his hand with a bloodied face and glowing silver eyes. You won't be taking care of anything, he yelled out. The instant the other 2 Zionsis noticed what their teammate was doing, their eyes widened with distress. Yuziki, stop! They both yelled out, but Yuziki ignored their cries of concern. They were well aware of how much toll it took on their bodies when they made use of their sway force to control multiple weather conditions at the same time. Both Zionsis had sustained damage as well after taking the attacks of Glade and Teamy, but they were able to quickly turn into tornadoes themselves and escape the range of weather extremities. Glade and Teamy had been caught up in these weather extremities. They tried to find a way to escape, but they had been completely surrounded by storms. Icicles shooting out of the ground intensely, tornadoes ripping at them from every corner, hailstorm getting shot out from every angle with so much force that would easily rip a hole through 10 persons stacked together. The descending rain of flames, as well as the cackling dark clouds up above, didn't make matters any better. Timmy had leapt off the ground a bit and got caught up by tornadoes pulling him from every corner as hail shot towards him and icicles protruded out of the icy ground beneath. Even if he and Glade managed to counter some of the attacks physically, he was well aware that they couldn't counter everything. The massive red glowing figure surrounding his figure couldn't act as defense to everything. "Looks like I have no other choice," Timmy muttered as the red figure surrounding him like a body of armor shrunk. In the next instant what could be seen was a reddish glow on Timmy's chest, as icicles were only inches from penetrating him, while Glade was doing her best to counter the ones around her physically. Recalibration. "Speed up!" The moment he muttered these words, the reddish light spread forth from his figure once more, turning into a dome that surrounded him. The moment the icicles and hailstones made contact with the reddish dome after its little expansion, they turned into liquid. Splash! Timmy's face was doused with a shower of water after they all transformed. Expand! Timmy yelled. Fwaiwaithai, the dome, suddenly expanded from surrounding just his figure to the entire vicinity of more than 1,000 feet. As the icicles and hailstones phased through the dome, they turned into liquid immediately. However, this wasn't the only change, as the tornadoes turned into mild breeze and flames descending turned to small candlelights before getting snuffed out. The lightning bolt that descended upon the dome turned into a little electric streak that didn't cause any damage as well. The ground beneath had transformed into a stream, as no form of ice could be spotted below. What? Yuzuki's eyes widened in shock as he noticed the transformation everything that made contact with the dome underwent. The reddish dome was still spreading across the place and was only a couple of feet away from the Zionsis. Run! The other 2 Zionsis fled as they spotted it, while Yuzuki remained in place with a defeated look. Yuzuki, you fool, run! One of the Zionsis turned around as they noticed he was still standing in place. However, it was too late. Yuzuki's entire figure was enshrouded by the reddish dome in the next instant before it stopped spreading. Kair! A loud scream reverberated across the vicinity in the next moment. Show off! Glade voiced while staring in Timmy's direction as she stood on the surface of the stream with red glows on her feet. I recall you saying you didn't want this power. Blame your short-sightedness. Timmy shrugged. Humph. Anyways, let's go somewhere secure to talk with Gustav, Glade stated before turning to the side. Yeah, this battle is over, Timmy replied before his entire body glowed up once more. Fwaiwai, Fwaiwai. They both sped forward in the next instant, leaving afterimages as they disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, on a part of the battle zone, a scrawny-looking naked figure with transparent skin and white head could be seen floating on a body of water. His entire skin looked pale and sage, almost like this participant suddenly aged by 50 years. Yuzuki! One of the Zionsis yelled with a look of horror. All right, since everyone is now attentive. I've connected you all to my mind and location. Can you sense it? Gustav voiced as he floated beside a machine. Dash, I can sense what direction to head in. Dash, same here. Dash, man, this is nuts, haha, it's like having comms. Dash, except for the fact that we can also sense what direction to head in and how far away we are. Ealdris, Falco, E. Endrick, and the others answered as a conversation ensued between Gustav and everyone. Timmy, Glade, did you handle your issue? I saw Zionsis, Gustav inquired. Dash, yeah, we're good now. Dash, they came looking for trouble, and we handled it. Both of them answered simultaneously. This made Gustav recall what he heard upon his entry into the portal that led him here. The voice sounded like they bore a grudge with him, and now, Gustav couldn't help but think it might have been one of the Zionses. "Be careful," Gustav warned. "It's fine, really. Although it got dangerous, we took care of it," Timmy replied. "I can see you guys are headed down some kind of canyon," Gustav voiced. "Yeah, we wanted to get as far away as possible from our initial location," Glade responded. "The last week has been really crazy, man. At the very least I and E arrived at the same location together. We all definitely need to gather and move as a team as soon as we can. Other groups are finding their way to each other as well." The others spoke as well after Glade's confirmation. Gustav could see each and every one of them as they journeyed with speed in the direction they were supposed to. Fortunately, no one was currently getting accosted by trouble. "All right. It'll give everyone visuals and a few on how my current location looks, as well as the rest of you, so you guys can be aware if any one of you is close by," Gustav said before turning to the sacred jewel. Its gleaming body reduced in brightness as it turned completely mirror-like in the next instant. On its circular surface, every single participant current location was displayed as a footage with split sections. "Yo, is that a levera? I can see Glade Tail. Why does everyone seem to be in different locations? You bastards better have eggs with you, because I've been gathering some as well." They voiced out one after the other as a projection of the sacred jewel appeared in each of their locations, displaying the others as well as Gustav like a screen. Since the sacred jewel was also linked to them, no matter how fast or how far they moved, its projection would still follow. Guys, focus!" Gustav called everyone's attention back to him, causing them to keep quiet. "In the next couple of hours, we would have spent a week on the 4th disc. You know what this means," Gustav voiced out. "The screens displaying the current scores from the Viander challenge will appear." Endrick seemed to instantly figure out what Gustav was talking about. "Precisely," Gustav replied. "I'm not following. Do you want us to arrive before it does?" Abestos questioned. "I don't think that is even possible," Fink stated. "Yeah, and even if it is, I don't think it's what Gustav's wants," Matilda added. "It isn't. Do you guys know what will happen once the current scores are released, and everyone is aware of the planets that have acquired one or more Viander eggs?" Upon Gustav's mention of this, Aeldris' face beamed up. "Oh, now I see what you're getting at," Aeldris stated. Chapter 1187. Upon Gustav's mention of this, Aeldris' face beamed up. "Oh, now I see what you're getting at," Aeldris stated. The groups at the top will most likely become a target," Endrick voiced before Aeldris could. "Exactly. It's best you all take your time so the scoreboards can put the targets on the others' back while we get to move freely around for the next 1 week till another scoreboard screen gets displayed," Gustav voiced lengthily. Sounds like a great plan. If none of us have made use of any designated point to create a Viander egg, we should appear at the bottom of the scoreboard. No rank, no target, Aeldris stated. But what about the week after when a new scoreboard appears? Timmy questioned. At the very least, only a week will be left till the challenge ends. Well, cross that bridge when we get there, Gustav replied. The group saw sense in Gustav's plan, but at the same time they wondered if anyone else had thought about it. Gustav at this point already had all 7 colors of eggs in his possession, but chose not to place them in the machine slot yet because of his plan. Another reason Gustav was eager to see the scoreboard was so he could make some calculations. Handler 1 had mentioned that there were a limited number of eggs that could form the Viander egg on the 4th disc. Gustav wanted to confirm how many was left and make proper plans on how his group would acquire enough to be at the top of the scoreboard next time. Now all he had to do was wait. Are you okay? Angie opened her eyes to see the concerned faces of some MBO members in medical outfits. She mumbled with a drowsy look as her vision slowly cleared. Her eyes suddenly widened as she recalled something. How long was I out? Angie suddenly sprang up from the bed as she inquired. Relax, officer. Your well-being is the priority right now. A familiar voice resounded as a man in silver MBO outfit and a gem embedded in the middle of his forehead walked in. Grand Commander Cheyenne, Angie muttered. Did the Viander Egg Challenge begin yet? It began nearly a week ago. You've been out since. Another familiar voice replied her instead of the Grand Commander. Miss Amy, Angie voiced with a respectful but disheartened expression. You don't need to feel down. You did well, and I'm sure they will as well. Just focus on recovery so you can join the main team in the next challenge, Miss Amy replied as she approached the bed. Asterisk, I've let them down by not being available, Angie had lowered as she voiced out. They will survive, Miss Amy replied. They're not doing bad at the moment. I want to watch. Angie tried standing to her feet, but suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness. Miss Amy caught her before she could fall and slowly let her down to the bed. Wait till you recover fully first, she stated after letting Angie go. The power you used was no ordinary one. The toll it took on your body was quite severe, one of the MBO officers in medical outfits announced. Truly no one had ever seen such an ability used by a mixed blood, especially one at the kilo rank. They were still at even though it had been 7 days already. Well, it was to be expected since I wasn't supposed to use it till I broke through to the Delta rank, Angie thought as she laid on the bed with a slightly tired expression. You would still be unconscious if not for Officer Crimson, another one of them mentioned. How so? Angie, of course, was happy to hear Gustav's name, but she was also curious as to what he did. Tish, 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 screens began to appear in the sky all over the fourth disk. Gustav stared at the one in the sky within his region with a calculative look. Rho Alpha D Alpha, Nam 2. Planet Zillion. For Viander eggs greater than 1,600.3. Planet Ozius. 3 Viander eggs greater than 1,200.4. Planet Tribit. 3 Viander eggs greater than 1,200.5. Planet Hixto. 2 Viander eggs greater than 800.6. Planet Diav. 2 Viander eggs greater than 800.7. Planet Osiris. 2 Viander eggs greater than 800.8. Planet Oxlurk. 2 Viander eggs greater than 800 points and new Om 9. Planet Gundabalt. 2 Viander eggs greater than 800 points 10. Planet Indulus Prime. 2 Viander eggs greater than 800 points 11. Planet Claxosape. 2 Viander eggs greater than 800 points. Gustav stared at the top 100 planets on the screens that displayed the scoreboard. Every one of them had at least 2 Viander eggs, while the ones below 101 had 1 each. From the lower 300s, the other planets had not managed to get a single Viander egg, and usurpingly Earth was in the top 800s. Gustav nodded in satisfaction as he took note of the stats. The planets he expected to be at the top were precisely the planets that were currently at the top. The screens displaying the scoreboard remained up there for about 2 minutes before they disappeared. At this time, Gustav had already calculated the number of eggs left that were required to create a Viander egg. Fortunately, around 8,000 for 100 eggs required for the creation of the Viander eggs are still unclaimed, Gustav muttered, which means 1,200 Viander eggs can still be created, the system inputted. Yes, but if we were to subtract the number of those who haven't gotten their eggs to a designated point yet, that number would be lesser, Gustav voiced with a contemplative expression. In other words, in the next 1 week, there is a high probability eggs would no longer be available, the system added. Indeed, the winner would practically be decided, so the last week would just be groups trying to rob other groups of their Viander eggs so they can rank higher on the scoreboard. Gustav reckoned that the second week would decide things. The last week would just be a dangerous one where groups with high ranks get hunted and chased. I'll have to come up with a plan for the last week, Gustav thought as he tapped his storage button. An holographic tray where 3 feet large eggs could be spotted appeared in his line of sight. Gustav tapped on them, and the eggs appeared in physical form. Gravitational manipulation has been activated. The eggs floated around Gustav, and he proceeded to pick them one after the other, slotting them into the machine in front of him. Violet, indigo, orange, neon, dark red, ultramarine, raisin black. Gustav placed the eggs with these colors into the machine and waited. Thyanin, it suddenly glowed up intensely with a spectrum of colors and chimed softly a few times before a loud popping sound rang out. Puh! A milky white egg with golden circular stripes shot out of the hole atop the machine in the next instant. Gustav reached out and grabbed the egg, which was the size of a human head. The circular golden stripes around it gave off a mystical glow as Gustav inspected it. So this is a Viander egg. It almost feels like it has other uses besides just being the acquisition goal of a competition, Gustav muttered as he activated God Eyes. God Eyes has been activated. Tick! HNGH. Gustav exclaimed in pain as he felt a sharp stab in his eyes the instant he tried to see through the egg. A protective energy. Gustav deactivated God Eyes while muttering. Kinda suspicious, the system voiced. I agree, but am not curious to the point where I'd jeopardize our acquisition of a Viander eggs, so I won't poke any further for now, Gustav decided as he kept the Viander egg away. He still had about 3 other required colors for creating a Viander egg, but 4 more were needed before he could use the machine at this designated point again. He wanted to wait for his teammates to arrive before sourcing for more of these colored eggs, but from what he could sense, the closest teammate to his location would still take at least 120 hours to get here. The 4th disc was just too massive, and they were unlucky to have spawned very far away. To Gustav, this was still favorable, because at the very least, everyone would manage to get here before the 2nd week ended. If they had spawned farther than this, there was even a possibility they wouldn't meet up till the challenge ended. In the meantime, Gustav had decided he would gather more eggs, and he expected the others to do the same as well while they were on their way here. 3, 2, Gustav had already picked a checkpoint and decided to leave the sacred jewel here till he returned. 1, zing! A flash of blue light enveloped his figure, and he vanished in the next moment. Gustav reappeared before a flaming frosted tree in the next instant. Up ahead, he could spot another familiar-looking cave. Chapter 1188. Gustav reappeared before a flaming frosted tree in the next instant. Up ahead, he could spot another familiar-looking cave. This was one he already looted, so he didn't bother going in. Instead, he turned to another direction before heading forward. Since these flaming trees that don't get consumed signify checkpoints for areas with caves possessing the same colors of eggs, there's no point in checking the other caves. Gustav was well aware that he would find the same eggs colors he got from this cave earlier, which was still in his possession. He needed other colors, so he had to leave this area. Phew hum, Gustav leapt into the air and disappeared from sight in the next instant. That is exactly why I have come here. The leaders of the Alliance need to be warned. Within the seating area of Earth spectators, Miss Amy voiced out. Are you sure? For such a claim, proof is needed or no one would be willing to take your word for it. Grand Commander Cheyenne responded. The eye that appeared is enough proof. They will be idiots to not believe that something is coming. Miss Amy spat with a straight expression. They could come up with a number of things to counter that, and not take it as an actual threat. Even though you have myself and the Earth backing your claim, there are still more than 100 other planets in the Alliance and 4 other Alliance leaders. Grand Commander Cheyenne shook his head. He preferred it if they just dealt with the situation themselves instead of bringing the Alliance into it, but Miss Amy claimed that she sensed the threat would be greater than what Earth could handle themselves. She also added that it probably wouldn't be a threat to Earth alone, but didn't reveal that Gustav's claims was the reason she believed the threat would be universal. If she mentioned Gustav, even though she trusted him, they would be even more unwilling to listen to her due to his age. She knew she would only get an audience due to her strength and prestige. I will make them listen, It is for their sakes as well. Miss Amy folded her arms and shut her eyes at this point. I could destroy the 1st to 12th layer of this planet easily, and I can't sense any existence here that is remotely a threat to me yet that I... Miss Amy couldn't help but recall the eye. She really felt like a small entity compared to just a single organ. It was nerve-wracking. These fools better take it seriously. Miss Amy was well self-aware that she wouldn't usually care about such, but then Gustav was also involved as well as the well-being of their galaxy, so she had to care. Swoosh, a massive frosty-looking snake-like creature blasted out from the icy ground, ascending with speed into the sky. Boom! 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 Explosions and sounds of heavy call lions rang out, as well as the ground blasted open wider, and multiple participants flew out of it. Don't let it get away. One of them yelled as they shot a flurry of attacks towards the flying frosty-looking colossal snake creature. Despite these participants representing different planets, they seemed to be working together in combating this creature. Tuwish! One of them vanished and appeared right in front of the creature. Twiwia! Multiple pieces of massive frosted objects appeared right above the creature and began to fall. The frosty-looking creature wriggled its way across the air, dodging most of the projectiles. It proceeded to wrap its tail around some of them and hurled it in the direction of the chasing participants. Bang! 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 Attacks coming from the participants giving chase overwhelmed the hurled projectiles, and some of them were close to hitting the creature when it suddenly turned around. Reira! The instant it opened its mouth to roar, heavy whitish flames shot forth from it. Kyr! Some of the participants yelled as their bodies turned to frost and received grievous injuries. The frost was beyond coldness. Even the air froze, and a thick wall of ice had built from the ground to the sky, spreading across the vicinity. Bang! The creature slammed its tail into the participant that initially appeared before it, causing her to spin across the air before slamming into the wall of ice and getting impaled. Putchy eye! Dash, that thing is really stronger than the ones I've faced so far. Dash! At this point it might get away with the eggs in its belly, Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu some of the uninjured participants complained as they watched it fly away. However, at this moment one of them, who had black wraps of clothes covering his entire body like a mummy, blasted through the wall of ice. Boom! A trail of darkness followed his figure as he chased after the creature. The other participants, who were uninjured, didn't want to miss the opportunity, so they flew through the hole he left in the wall of ice, chasing right after him. Fwyish, the cloak of the dark figure flapped repeatedly as he dashed across the air, catching up to the creature in a couple of moments. Rar! The colossal creature shot out another massive flames of ice, but the dark figure reacted by forming a blade of darkness and cleaving forward with intensity. Bang! Fwyi! A star of darkness formed as the blade grew in size and kept slicing through the flames of ice till the creature ran out of breath. Boom! 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 The other behind began attacking the creature as all sorts of attacks were shot forward, but it managed to evade most of them, sustaining only a little bit of damage. Thrih, the dark blade in the figure's grasp, transformed into a massive bow, which he held forward while flying. The participant aimed it at the creature and fired a giant arrow of darkness that multiplied into 3. Swai, the creature happened to be very fast, so it managed to dodge 2 out of the dark arrows, but the third was angled in such a way that it would undeniably hit the back of its massive head. With the intensity at which the dark arrows ripped through the air, the last arrow would most likely pierce through the skull of the creature from behind. At the last instant, the creature suddenly turned its neck to face the incoming dark arrow and opened its mouth wide. Its icicle-like teeth were revealed for a split second, which came crashing to a close just as the tip of the dark arrow went in a little. Bang! It caught the dark arrow in between its teeth and got blasted backwards for thousands of feet in the air due to the powerful force, but it held it tightly in between its teeth. The creature spun after stopping in midair before spitting it away. The dark figure wasn't the only shocked participant here. The others were in disbelief as well, seeing how the creature managed to escape such an onslaught with little to no damage. Pialfa and Dialfa, no one Othasish. A lightning streak suddenly appeared in front of the creature, and with that came a 30 feet long, milky, colored blade that was already descending upon its head. Screeve! Bang! A loud sound of collision reverberated across the vicinity as the milky-colored, glowing blade cleaved through 3 feet of the creature's head. Its entire body was sent hurling downwards due to the force from the blade after it met with resistance upon cutting 3 feet deep. Rare! The creature roared again, but this time it was in pain as it made contact with the icy ground beneath. Boom! The figure that the lightning streak transformed into shot downwards with intense speed, phasing through the mouth of the creature. The frost raisin realized its doom an instant later and quickly churned out a pillar of frost to force out the figure that had just infiltrated its mouth. However, this was to no avail as it felt a force tugging against its belly from within after a few moments. Boom! A loud explosion rang out few seconds later, and the creature's belly was blasted right through. A glowing, milky figure radiating with steam flew out of the torn belly with 3 eggs in his grasp. One indigo-colored, the second was dark red, and the last was completely black. You have killed a level 5 frost raisin. Gustav stared at the notification that appeared in his line of sight for a moment before flying upwards. Hey, that doesn't. One of the participants was about to voice out when Gustav flung the completely black egg in the direction of the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure caught the dark egg with a curious-looking eyes, which was the only part of his body that was exposed. Thanks for keeping it busy. The distraction was all I needed for my attack to be successful. After saying this, Chapter 1189, there is something down there. Thanks for keeping it busy. The distraction was all I needed for my attack to be successful. After saying this, Thraraha's Gustav's figure turned into a streak of lightning, and he disappeared from sight instantly. Dash, hey ho! Dash, he's gone. Everything happened so fast. Gustav was already long gone before the other participants could try to stop him. You can't have that. It's only fair you give it to me, since I contributed a great deal to this battle. One of the participants voiced while pointing at the cloaked figure. No, I am the one who deserves it. I did more, another participant stated. You fools didn't even come close to me. They soon began arguing on who should take the egg. You'll have to get it from me first, the cloaked figure voiced with a raspy tone before flying off. The participants tried to chase, but soon discovered just how fast he was. A dark streak was left in his wake as he sped away. 3. Gustav reappeared in a different location after using lightning blitz 5 times. He was now more than 800 miles away from his initial location, yet it had only been a second. Zing! Zing! He kept both eggs in his storage button as he decided on which direction to head in next. The initial battle with the level 5 frost Riken was won. He stalked since it began. Gustav had watched the creature swallow up the eggs, which caused the participants to give chase. He patiently waited and hid himself far from the battle scene before appearing at a crucial moment when he was sure his attack would hit. The level 5 frost Riken was very evasive, which was why it stayed alive for that long despite the multiple onslaught from the participants. Gustav could already tell that there would be higher levels of frost Rakens, but this wouldn't stop him for searching for more eggs. 2 more to go, Gustav muttered. He only needed 2 more required colors of eggs to complete the set and make another Viander egg. After deciding on which direction to head, Gustav flew forward with immense speed. Shiva, have you gotten it? Within a forest region filled with frosted-looking trees, a figure with 6 limbs and star-shaped green marks all over her face questioned. Dash, not yet, assistant captain. We have company, a voice responded in her mind. How long would it take to deal with a bunch of riff-raffs and take just a single egg? the female referred to as assistant captain, voiced with an irritated tone. Around here were a bunch of participants who looked similar to her, but their star-shaped marks bore different colors. Dash, maybe the company they have are really strong. Dash, we should have sent Fuda with them. 2 of the 6 others around her commented. Dash, one of them is an earthling. Won't be easy to handle, Shiva's voice resounded in their minds once more. Just when the assistant captain was about to speak, a voice butted in. Deal with the company and bring back that egg. I do not care if there is an earthling there or not. Take care of it. A figure approaching with about 8 others appeared from up ahead. Captain Strum, the assistant captain stated with a tone of respect. There's 4 of you there. Don't embarrass our great planet. Deal with the situation, Captain Strum commanded. Dash, understood, Captain. Multiple voices answered in their minds. Captain Strum arrived before his assistant with the 8 around him, bringing their group to 16 in the number. We must remain the leading team, Captain Strum voiced. Austral, let's wait till they arrive with the egg, he added. They all nodded in response, despite the captain mentioning only the assistant captain's name. The Draconites had so much advantage over other planets, since they had found a way to arrive at the same location together from the moment they entered the 4th disk. They also had the ability to communicate with each other using their minds. Due to being together with all of these perks from the start, they gained upper hand, which they made use of well to become number 1 in the Viander Challenge. The Draconites were already one of the most powerful forces in the competition. Moving together to acquire eggs made them even more challenging, considering other participants they met would barely have more than 2 or 3 as a group. It was very easy to overpower others and claim eggs for themselves. In another location, a group of participants could be seen treading across a massive ice platform high in the sky. This ice platform was shaped like a floating tower, and there happened to be entrances within. Bang! A golden beam slammed into a part of the massive icy floating platform, causing it to tremble slightly, but it seemed to have missed a dark figure who was speeding across the surface. A massive dark claw extended from this figure and swiped downwards with intensity. Bam! It slammed into the source of the beam, which was Onothed participant. Kairar! The participant cried out as they fell from the platform towards the ground in the distance. They are mine, the dark figure voiced out as he stood on the floating platform, undisturbed by gravitational laws. Fwai, multiple attacks were sent forth from below in the next instant, causing the figure to dash into one of the entrances on this floating, icy platform. Bang! 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 The entire platform trembled once more at impact, yet it was barely damaged due to its massive size, although there were already multiple holes all across it. My idiot liege, it's time you stopped playing fair and kill the bastards who dare to oppose you. Shut it! The dark figure who had an ominous-looking black star on his forehead yelled as he leapt upwards. Bang! 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 He broke through multiple floors of ice within the massive floating ice tower as his body ascending to the peak. The peak of this icy tower happened to be thinner than the rest of its lower parts. The instant the figure cloaked in the aura of darkness arrived there, the fog of darkness emitting from his being suddenly increased in intensity. Swerving his hand in a circular motion, a sharp blade formed from the intense darkness slashed through the top of the ice tower. It was like a cap had been formed as the figure placed himself within the space at the peak of the tower that had been separate from its lower part. Massive hands formed from the darkness, which held onto the cut-off part from the ice tower before powerfully flinging the peak of the ice tower into the distance. Fwaiwaya, the peak of the ice tower cut through the sky with intense speed with the dark figure within it. The strength at which it was catapulted into the sky caused it to move at incredible speed, leaving the others behind, unable to catch up. He got away. One of the participants yelled with a look of dissatisfaction. The others looked into the sky with expressions of annoyance as well, but in the next instant, thum, 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 thuum for illusionary-looking figures with multiple limbs ascended into the sky. They were just as quick as the top of the ice tower, if not quicker. They soon disappeared in the direction of the tower peak and dark figure in a second, leaving the rest of the participants astounded. "Come, it's been 2 days already," the system voiced in Gustav's mind. "Yeah, at least I've managed to gather 6 eggs. Just one more needed to create another Viander egg," Gustav replied. "Falco should be close to the designated point by now," the system reminded. "He would. I can sense that he is indeed close, but then he should have gotten there like an hour ago." Gustav couldn't view them at the moment because he would have to tap into God Eyes again. He didn't want to do that currently because of his present location. Maybe he got sidetracked, the system stated. "Yeah, well, so long as he is okay," Gustav mumbled as his eyes turned into slits. "I gotta focus on this right now," he added as he arrived before the edge of a deep rift. SSHSHHHHH. There was utter silence in the environment as Gustav stared down at what looked like a divide on the 4th disc. It was so lengthy that the end of this rift on the ground couldn't be seen with the naked eyes. However, it wasn't only lengthy, it was also deep and wide. It was like staring into the abyss, as darkness was all that could be seen from the top. One also couldn't see where the land was supposed to continue beyond the ledge. A spectrum of glowing colored lines were the only things that could be spotted in the distance. It was both an amazing and mind-boggling sight at the same time. "Anyone would think they have arrived at the edge of the 4th disc if they saw this," Gustav muttered. "Indeed. However, you and I are aware that there is something down there. Follow current novels on Top Novelful. Come." Chapter 1190. That was reckless. "Anyone would think they have arrived at the edge of the 4th disc if they saw this," Gustav muttered. "Indeed. However, you and I are aware that there is something down there," the system added. "It is pretty deep, though." Gustav's eyes squinted. There was no way to tell if anyone was down there from this height, but Gustav's intuition told him there was definitely danger and fortune at the bottom, or at least on the way to it. "You're not telling me everything again, right?" Gustav said with a suspicious tone. "Since you already know how things are, why do you still bother asking?" The system retorted. "TCH." Gustav proceeded to step forward at this point. Fwai, his body began to rapidly fall through the air into the depths of the unknown. Surprisingly, as he descended, the darkness had reduced due to the glowing lines which he occasionally phased through during his descent. However, mist became visible upon further descent, which became denser and denser, impairing visual capabilities. The mist around him had become too dense that one couldn't even see their own body, but Gustav's hyperception made it. So this wasn't a problem. 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet, 40,000 feet, 50,000 feet. It felt like Gustav had been falling for ages, but he didn't wish to increase his speed just yet because he was unaware of what to expect. 100,000 feet, 110,000 feet, 120,000 feet, 140,000 feet, 160,000 feet, 200,000 feet, 300,000 feet. As Gustav continued to descend, he began to feel moist. Usually the dense fog was enough to make one feel moist, but this was different. Lash! Gustav suddenly felt himself phase through a shower of liquid. Where did that come from? He was still falling through the air, so he was dumbfounded as to how liquid appeared in midair. As he fell further, he could feel drizzles on his body. His perception picked up on a floating waterfall far towards the east. He was still very far from the bottom of wherever this led, yet a giant body of water was falling from midair. For 100,000 feet, Gustav kept falling, but the instant he crossed the 200,000 feet mark, he suddenly felt an intense pressure. Thaya! His body began to fall faster, like the gravitational laws had changed. An impending sense of danger assaulted his senses as his body got pulled further downwards. He was falling 4 times faster than before. At this point, Gustav finally decided to do something. Hover has been activated. His body paused in midair, defying the unexpected change in gravitational force. He could finally sense a kind of distortion thousands of feet below. There's something wrong there. Gustav grabbed a snack from his storage space and dropped it. Fwai, God Eyes has been activated. His sight followed the snack as it dropped like a rock despite its small size. When it reached the distance where Gustav sensed the distortion, the green-colored snack turned monochrome before disappearing. Gustav could see that he hadn't gotten to the bottom of this place. In fact, it seemed like he was still a far distance, yet the snack disappeared instead of continuous descent. Gustav dropped another after moving a couple of feet towards the right, and the same thing happened. It's not transporting them to another dimension or anything, the system voiced. Yet I can tell. It doesn't give off any spatial energy. Whatever is down there instantly erased them from existence, Gustav muttered. Looks like you're not so dumb after all, the system chuckled. Wind, fog, rain, nothing can get past that point, and we still haven't arrived at the bottom, Gustav added. His perception picked this up due to the wind, water, and fog disappearing the instant they crossed the particular juncture. What are you going to do? The system inquired. It's pretty simple. I can still see beyond that point, so it means that even if it has the capacity to erase things from existence, wind, rain, fog, seeing through means it is unable to erase light. Most likely cause light is too fast, Gustav voiced lengthily. You're not as fast as light, though, the system pointed out. True, but I don't need to be that fast. I just need to be fast enough to move past that point before I get erased from existence. From the looks of things, it's only a layer, Gustav explained. And do you know how fast you are meant to move, or you're just going to gamble with your live? I praised you too fast, you're still dumb. The system stated with a tone of ridicule. The gamble of death brings a certain thrill, doesn't it? A smirk appeared on Gustav's face. No, I am uninterested in engaging in such foolishness. Find me another host if you're seeking death. The system yelled as it appeared in holographic format before Gustav. Hee, we're in this together. A mad expression of excitement appeared on Gustav's face, causing the system's human, but holographic, look to pale. ×2 power boost has been activated. Ultimate combination has been activated. Immense energy radiated from Gustav's being as he began to rapidly transform. His skin turning silverish and a hint of gold with long horns, muscular frame and pointy 16 feet long tail. SSHHSHHSHHH. The fog surrounding him were swept away, restoring visibility to the vicinity. As the energy his figure exuded climbed to the peak, Gustav stared down and activated another ability. Lightning Blitz has been activated. His figure turned into a streak of lightning that disappeared downwards in less than an instant. Gustav had never activated Lightning Blitz in this form before, so the speed was like nothing he had ever reached. Thriraraya, a loud sound of collision, reverberated across the vicinity as the lightning strike turned a little pale when it reached a point below, before returning to its original color. A small crack had appeared at that point, but soon disappeared afterwards. Gustav had managed to cross almost 2 million feet in a single second. It was the fastest he had ever gone, and although he was a little hindered when he arrived at the erasing layer, he managed to break past that point. Fwai, Thrara! Gustav returned to his initial state after reaching a particular distance down and stared at his surroundings. You lost an arm, the system stated. It will grow back, Gustav responded with an unbothered tone, ignoring the fact that he was currently missing a left arm. That was reckless, the system nagged. I know, Gustav replied once more with an unfazed tone. Looking around him now, he could see floating diamond-like platforms in midair all across the place. The bottom of this location was still quite a distance away, but Gustav could finally sense it with his perception. Oh, it is packed, Gustav muttered with a tone of wariness. Yes, frost rakens are everywhere, the system stated. More than that, There are other creatures that are not on the surface, and that place. Gustav voiced while staring in a particular direction. From his current height, nothing could be seen downwards, but with his perception he was able to make out dark ridges, floating fiery mountains and frost mountains in different areas. Caves as well as territorial regions where unknown-looking creatures could be seen in droves. Going down there was like trying to commit suicide. It was practically an haven of monstrosities. The creatures numbered in hundreds of thousands, and each one was incredibly dangerous. Even the frost rakens in the floating frosted mountains were very high leveled compared to ones on the surface. This wasn't something Gustav just wanted to jump into, however. Now it makes sense why this place harbors so much danger, Gustav voiced as his sight focused on a particular item on the peak of a floating mountain. Ready-made viander eggs, the system gully voice uttered. And there are numerous of them in this place. How come the handler never mentioned this? Gustav wondered, but immediately had multiple theories appear in his mind which gave him the answers he needed. One of the theories included how multiple participants would lose their lives if they came into contact with such a place after being aware that there were viander eggs down here. If there was a way to skip gathering 7 colored eggs and heading to a designated point to make a single viander egg, everyone would be eager to try it out regardless of how dangerous it would be. Gustav recalled one thing Handler One mentioned. There are still a couple of mysteries, but the rest will be left for you youngsters to uncover by yourselves. Gustav decided to push all the unnecessary questions to the back of his mind for now, as he focused on the main task ahead. I need to get some viander eggs without being noticed or gathering as low attention as possible to myself, he stated. Looking at the current situation, it seemed nearly impossible to get hold of any viander egg without attracting the attention of the waves of monsters down there. Follow current novels on topnovelfool.com. Chapter 1191, looking at the current situation. It seemed nearly impossible to get hold of any viander egg without attracting the attention of the waves of monsters down there. Despite Gustav's current strength, it wasn't smart to attract the attention of thousands upon thousands of powerful monsters. This is the best time to use that. A grin appeared on Gustav's face as he leapt towards one of the massive diamond-looking floating platforms. Back off. Accompanied with a loud yell, a wave of darkness blasted across a radius of nearly 30,000 feet. The frosty-looking trees in the vicinity were instantly decimated as they blasted to smithereens while the mountains crumbled. 4 illusionary-looking figures with multiple limbs and shadowy beings hovering above them stood in the midst of the blast, nearly unaffected. That is impressive, Earthling. However, if you do not hand over the eggs, we will not spare you. One of the figures who had a dark and massive being hovering over her stated with a threatening tone. As a fellow leading planet of the Alliance, we are trying to be nice here, so just comply. Another one of the 4 Draconets stated. It is mine. Come and take it if you dare, Falco responded as the mark of darkness on his forehead grew. Don't blame us for being forceful. Another Draconet with a 14 feet tall shadowy being hovering over him yelled before charging. The other 2, who also had odd-looking shadowy beings behind them, charged forward as well. Fwaiwai, the first to arrive before Falco, was the shadowy being built like a minotaur behind the female Draconet participant. Kaya! Glowing beams appeared in its mouth and eyes as it forcefully swung both fists in a clapping format, attempting to crush Falco's fragile-looking figure in between its massive hands. Thyrurch, 2 dark hands bursted forth from Falco's sides, stopping both fists before they could make contact with him. At the same instant, one of the Draconets appeared from above as both him and his shadowy being hacked downwards with glowing blades. More dark hands phased out of Falco's figure, and this time with claws as they slashed upwards to meet with the glowing blades. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 The battle had only begun a few moments ago, yet the surroundings were already in a state of destruction. The The other two Draconets has ambushed Falco from behind, and at this point Falco had to turn around to block and attack himself. Bang! Bang! Throwing a couple of fists at their real selves, the female Draconet blocked Falco's attacks, while the fourth Draconet participant sent for arms, swinging towards Falco at the same time. Falco managed to jump backwards, dodging the onslaught of multiple limbs, but he still had to focus due to the shadowy beings that had hovered above the Draconets. Multiple hands swung towards his back the instant he landed on his feet, which he quickly deflected with more dark arms phasing out of his being. Bang! 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 Falco barely managed to dodge their hits, and was slowly starting to take damage without being able to successfully land a single attack on any of them. The longer the Draconets engaged Falco, the more he kept getting pushed back. Since they were not in any way weak, one of them managed to land a hit on him. Bang! Falco's figure was sent flying, and at this same moment, one of the gigantic shadowy figures, which was up to 200 feet tall, descended upon him from above. Boom! Destructive shockwaves spread across the vicinity, bringing along cracks as the already decimated surroundings caved in even more. The massive shadowy being stood in place with a condescending gaze as the Draconets heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, that earthling got crushed. Good job, Cyrilla! They praised the female Draconet, who happened to be the anchor of the massive shadowy being that stomped Falco. Shiva, then Cyrilla was about responding when her face froze. Blerg! She vomited a mouthful of green blood in the next instant. Cyrilla! Shiva yelled just as a loud, ripping sound reverberated across the air. Thraruhach, a figure tore through the massive 200 feet shadowy being, from the bottom to the top, causing it to slowly dissipate like smoke. Falco could be seen hundreds of feet above after ripping through the shadowy figure. The dark mark on his forehead increased in size as he descended with a look of anguish. "So that is your weakness," Falco muttered as dark wings sprouted out of his back. Fwaiwi, stretching his right hand to the side, a massive blade of darkness phased out, and he slashed forward the instant he arrived before the Minotaur-built, shadowy being. Roal Fidialpha and Nuomph being tried to counter by shooting out pillars of beams from its mouth and eyes, but Falco evaded swiftly with his slash, traveling forward intensely. Thrireh! The head of the Minotaur-built shadowy being was cleanly severed as it slowly dissipated after the damage, just like the last one. Another one of the Draconets, with orange-shaped stars all across his body, puked out a mouthful of blood as he fell to his knees. 2 down, 2 to go, Falco muttered as he turned to face the third. The bastard is going for our encores. Stop him! Shiva yelled to the other one as they turned illusionary and leapt into the air. Few home! Falco was met with resistance as he arrived before the third shadowy being. The other 2 Draconets had arrived by his sides and were sending out fist strikes. 8 fists were approaching different parts of his body at the same time from the sides, while he had already conjured up a powerful attack for the shadowy being in front of him. Falco could tell that if these shadowy beings received a certain level of damage, they would disappear, and their bearers would also take damage. He had 2 choices at the moment: go on with the attack and cause the third encore to disappear, or block the attacks of the 2 on his sides. While he could try to do both, if he made use of lesser force due to trying to defend when striking the encore, it would still be standing and it would make the Draconets more careful. Falco decided to put more power into his attack, as the dark blade, phasing out of his side, turned into a gigantic claw which he swung down upon the 32-legged shadowy being in front of him. Slash! Bang! 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 The entire shadowy being was cleaved into multiple halves as the ground split open from the intensity of the strike. However, at the same instant, bang! 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 Multiple fists slammed into Falco's body, sending him flying like a ragdoll as blood oozed out of his nose and mouth. Blerg! One of the 2 Draconets who had just successfully landed hits on him puked blood in midair, and began falling to the ground as he turned light-headed. Pula! Shiva yelled with a tone of exasperation as he descended swiftly and caught his teammate before he landed on the ground. Bang! 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 Falco's body slammed into multiple trees thousands of feet away as he got blasted away, causing them to snap and break into smithereens. Thrira! Dark tentacle like strings shot out of his body and stabbed into the ground, forcefully bringing his body to a halt before he could break through any more things. Kor! Kor! Falco coughed twice, staining his outfit with blood. One left, his heavy breathing slowly reduced as his body descended. He stepped on the ground and slowly stood to his feet. You will pay for harming my teammates. Silva yelled from up ahead. You should have thought twice before coming after me. Falco spat blood to the side with a look of determination. The shadowy figure behind Shiva grew in size, becoming more muscular as it sprouted more limbs with glowing blades in its grasp. Tuhush! Tuwoosh! They charged at each other in the next instant, sending ripples of destruction across the vicinity. It's working. You're only lucky. This would have gone way worse if you didn't have this. You can't just admit that I'm smart. That would mean I am feeding your delusion if I did. Fuck you. A snake-like whitish creature could be seen flying upwards, across the side of a frosty mountain. Its physical features were no different from that of a frost Riken, so even with the hundreds of frost Rikens swimming in the air around this floating frosty mountains, it blended in with them. Although it wasn't as massive as they were, it was no doubt a kindred. The creature soon arrived at the summit of the floating frosted mountain, which happened to have a multicolored, 3 feet tall egg sitting atop it. Here comes the tricky part. So long as I am fast enough, they shouldn't notice the switch. The smaller frost Riken approached the multicolored egg, which happened to be a Vinder egg. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.